And we are live. Play. Okay, the stream has begun. Give me a moment to kind of get a couple more things ready, and then we'll kind of get started. Oh, finally it's 12 o'clock, yay. I thought about doing this a bit later than my usual because I know a lot of people have school at around like 11 a.m. So I thought about doing it a wee little bit later just to kind of allow for people to have some time to get here, basically. Because I'm really wanting to see if I can get as many like Chapter 5 prediction things as possible. Speaking of, I need to get a couple more things called upon. It's past midnight for me, though. Well, darn, I'm in America. It is 12 p.m. for me. Hey, no, wait, no. Yeah, 12 p.m., noon, for me. So you're... Jeez, you're halfway across the world. Good gracious. Nothing wrong with that. I just think that's cool. Right, let me get a couple things ready. So, contacting affiliated parties. In Chapter 5, we fight 5 Roaring Knight. That would be ridiculous. Like, actually ridiculous if we have to fight it. But I'm gonna assume that we're probably gonna fight the Roaring Knight anyway. Well, that's just an assumption, though. It's hard to say for real what's going on. Let's see. Contacting affiliated parties. If you want to be notified whenever I'm streaming, you can, of course, subscribe to me. That's obviously an option. That's always an option. You don't have to. But at the very least, leaving a like and maybe talking about what I do might be kind of worthwhile. Because I don't get a whole lot from doing this besides the satisfaction of knowing that you all might enjoy this. Anyways, other things. I do have a Blue Sky if you want to contact me. Also got a email. Contact info is found in the description if for whatever reason you want to contact me for any reason. Also, I got plans for a stream tomorrow that's more about talking or working on a Roaring Knight avatar project that I'm working on. That's going to be tomorrow, though. Today, I want to discuss... I want to get interrupted by Windows is what I want to do, obviously. But what I want to do today is get a bunch of people's thoughts on what Chapter 5 is going to have. I've done a I did a post recently. Let me see if I can pull that up. It'll be a bit for me to get that up and running. Oh, more Dean streams, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming this week. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is that post? Here it is. Full screen now. Ba-bam. There we go. So I did a post a few days ago that basically says, "What are your Chapter 5 predictions?" And I had a basically detailed thing. Pretty much get a bunch of people's ideas on what's going to be happening soon. I don't know for certain. Hold on, I'm checking something. Okay, I don't know for certain like what will happen, but I kind of thought of whenever I'm going to do a Chapter 5 stream, I've kind of thought about. Let me see. Can I pull it up? It shows how much I have planned for. Where I have to figure out where I put my bingo card. Where is it? Where is bingo card? There it is. So I wanted to make a bingo card. I made one for Chapter 3 and 4, but for whatever reason, I literally just cannot find it. I swear, I searched around my whole computer. I just couldn't find it. It's probably somewhere in a very obvious location, and I just cannot find it. I say as I'm actively just scrolling through a couple things, trying to see if I can just randomly find... No. So I did one last year, but I didn't really, like, use it for much, I think. Is kind of a good way to put it. Let's see, there we go. So this year, I want to try to actually go full on with the bingo card thing and see what I can do about that. While I was making this, and I kind of wanted to discuss with some people about what their predictions would be, but I kind of remembered that there wasn't going to be or there's a chance that people might not be able to show up. So that's why I did the actual post in the first place. So that way I can get a bunch of people's thoughts already. So you can actually see like a bunch of comments from people that that have either been on the stream or just people passing by, and I have a bunch of comments off of what their predictions are. So what we're going to be doing today is going through all of these predictions, as well as just talking amongst ourselves about what we think will happen in Chapter 5. So we're going to be making the whole bingo card, pretty much. Bingo card is the coolest idea for this discussion and speculation stream. Yeah, I really hate how easy it is, but like, hey guys, let's build a bingo card to figure this out. That's like the easiest way to really like summarize all these thoughts. So, oh, by the way, I was thinking on getting Tenna in on this. Cool, no, that's the wrong button. Cool thing. I don't think I'll do like Tenna voice act for the whole bit, but I thought it'd be kind of cool just to have Tenna. Oh, by the way, I did a little bit of edits to the Tenna avatar, so I now have I now have a feature where I can swap between different face modes. This piece of paper says words. They're not the best words, but they are in fact words. They are words indeed. The mutant. So I have like a new face pose modifier thing where I can swap between different like thing. Oh, I also added in this one where I have like a little bulletin. Also, whoop. Okay, that's my home. Hold on, I got a call. Whoop. All right, so I talked to the producers about this. It's gonna work. I that actually is really funny. Hold on, I gotta take a call. Whoop. Mike was on the line. Whoop, I'm back. Hello, oh my god, it's Tenna. Tenna back on your screen. All right, so we're gonna be waiting a little bit. I also added in like a. I love how the song started playing right here. That's like perfect. Let's see. Can I like put that on repeat for a little bit? That would be very cute. For like a little bit, not for too long. There we go. Thank you, Mike, for putting that on repeat. It's the perfect song. Yeah. In my opinion, Junior Jumble is easily much better than this. Though it's not even crossword puzzles, it's just a bingo card. That's what it is. Minecraft? What do you mean Minecraft? This is my setup. It's always been my setup. Whoop. 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 I didn't even plan for this. Whoop. Whoop. It's actually just really funny. Oh, where is... That's not the right button. I changed my... I don't know why, but that's just really funny. I feel like Tenna needs its own background. If I can get the... Hold on. If I can get the budget for that, I'll look into it. But for now, this is what I got. Let's see. Squick says, have a prediction. Susie will be in the next chapter as a main character. Technically, Susie already is a main character, though. So, I guess you're correct. Reading Asgore talk scene, maybe? That'd actually be interesting. Okay, let's see. Ooh. Whoop. I don't know why I just like that too much. Alright, so it's about 12 p.m. That's about the time that I was going to start doing this thing. So, today we're going to be working on this bingo card. We're in good old Fire Alpaca, which is at least a function. It's what I use to make all my stuff anyway. So, we're going to be trying to use this today. And we're not going to keep quiz on. Let's see. Yeah, this is fine for now. All right, so we're gonna be trying to figure out what kind of stuff we can put in here. So, right. So freebie. What is gonna be a freebie? Because usually on like bingo cards, there's like a freebie section. What is literally the most free thing that could probably happen? Well, okay, hold on. Besides eggs or like Star Walker, because we could probably just put I thought of putting like egg, moss, Star Walker kind of in their own little sections elsewhere. So that's like the easiest thing to do, or like, well, you know, easiest ones that we can do at the moment. Who wants to bet that Dean will forget all about the bingo card next to it when the next chapter comes out? That's the thing, though. I'm going to try and actually really try to actually use the bingo card. Because I tried this last time, and I, frankly, completely forgot about it.
Long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
What?
A skip
Why
button.
You want to skip my dialogue?
Yes,
Oh.
If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip it.
Oh, he wants to skip my dialogue. I'll see myself out.
Not if it means we can strike
Bye.
these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the...
Mike, get that guy out of the audio. Let's see, freebie. Asgore will make Asgore Flower Shop Dark World. But what if it doesn't? Tana, don't be sad. I'm sad. I'm so sad. My little antennas are tinkling too. Let's see. Sans Dashmaster says, "All right, I'll try guessing. Since we saw the King's Asgore silhouettes in one of the chapters, maybe Chapter 5 will be focused on him." Actually, okay, well, how about we put this? We'll put on, for the moment, we're definitely going to be working on this in the futures, but going rate, we'll have Asgore main role. Let's see, we'll go off of that for now. Sorry if the text on that was microscopic. That is just how the program works. Let's see, can I fit that in there? I cannot, of course. So Asgore main role. Specifically, that Asgore will actually have like some relevance, some more relevance other than "It's me, your ex-husband," as his like main line. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. I just thought of something. Let's see. Keep trying to figure out what kind of buttons I can press for certain situations. I want to try and kind of change the color palette of this. Give me a moment while we think about stuff. So Asgore having some kind of relevance, I think, will be fairly important, or at least like will come up a bit, because he is in the prophecy. Also, he has like no agency whatsoever, or kind of. Actually, on that, he does have a bulletin board in his basement where he tries to talk about, or tries to figure out some interesting information. Let's see. I'm just gonna. This isn't whiting everything out. I'm like trying to see if I can change the text around simply to turn everything into dark mode, because it kind of lines up a bit better. There we go. Now it's all dark mode. Friend will appear once. Ooh, that's a good call. I'll put that one up here. That one's from Squigs. Let's see. Let's see. Friend cameo. I'll definitely put that on here. And let's see. Set that to here. I'll have that as a friend cameo. What if this chapter has a noir setting, says Silence? I'm not sure how that would actually work out. Let's see. Alright, I'll try guessing. I know I already read that one. Prediction. We won't discover the ending of the prophecy, says Rio. Ooh, I could probably put something about that on there. Because on the post, there was a lot of suggestions of, like, or... Actually, I'll put something else on here really quick. Friend inside me quotes. There we go. Now, I'm only putting this in here mainly because that was just a joke thing that people kept talking about. And I'm frankly terrified of the fact that this actually could be a thing that could just show up. That would be horrible. But there's like way too many things where, Toby's been like, let's see, how many chapters do you think we'll release all at once? It's going to be 5. It's going to be at least 5. I don't think they'll release chapter 6 at the same time though. But anyways, Toby has been doing some weird stuff lately, specifically with the very stupid friend inside me quote. Not really with the friend inside me quote, but just because, for whatever reason, he decided to quote tweet that the Toy Story 5 thing is coming out, and it's like, hey guys, we're gonna have some really cool stuff for you, and everyone's like, well, this is concerning. Why did Toby Fox quote tweet Toy Story 5? This is concerning. So, who knows? Maybe we might get an actual friend inside me quote word for word, something like friend inside me. That would be horrible. But would be funny? Maybe. Let's see. So friend appearing at least once. 3 says 3 revive items can be found. I mean, those are gonna be kind of frequent items anyway. We're trying to go for... Cheddar got the 100 on Danganronpa's Rio. Nice! Congratulations, Rio. You got 100% on Danganronpa. That's crazy. Good job. Let's see. I'm trying to also catch up on other stuff people have been saying. Let's see. Rudy and Asgore talk scene, maybe. I feel like that actually would happen. Especially with... Ooh, okay, I had a thought. Will Rudy die? Is Rudy going to die this chapter? Or, I'm only saying that because Rudy has been kind of having some health issues in the first place. The question is if he's actually going to survive. I really hope that Rudy survives, but I don't know if he's gonna die this chapter, or like a different chapter, or just not at all. Feels kind of morbid even talking about that, but like, that's like one prediction thing. Kevin says something about Tenna. That, there is gonna be stuff about Tenna, I think, like, but I think they're gonna be like locked behind different secrets. Not like, let's see, more specifically, like, the one that we got teased to us, where Tenna walks into a room and talks to the mics about like Tenna's past at some point. That only came up because, actually, thinking about it, you only can get Tenna in those parts of the game if you didn't give Tenna to Metaton. So maybe we should, actually, I thought about this. I wanted to kind of redo the chapters a little bit. I've thought about whenever we get into chapter 3, or get into chapter 4 to be exact, I try not to give Tenna to Metaton, specifically so that we can see if the Tenna has any other new stuff that comes up. I could still put like some kind of Tenna info though. Or okay, what about this one more specifically? Mike lore, more Mike lore. I mean, we've already confirmed that there's going to be more about that. Also, I would like to point out, we're just writing down a bunch of things at first. At some point, if we feel like we've gotten enough information, we can try to see what we can fit in there. If we think that some things are just like way too likely to happen, we could try to replace it with something else. Because we're trying to go for like fairly interesting outcomes. Let's say prediction when we actually say a prediction. Oh, that's a good way to do it. Okay, everyone who does have a prediction, just say prediction at the front of your comments. Actually, I might have that. Let me see if I can type that out here. Can I have that as a word? Okay. Prediction, and change the font size, not 200, 150. Prediction. Your comments. Do that. Change the font size again, because that's actually too big. Prediction. Azrael will appear in Chapter 5. Ooh, on that, actually. On Azrael appearing in Chapter 5. Actually, I'm going to put 2 on here. Hold on. Let's see. 1, Azrael returns. I'm going to put Azrael returns on there. But also, I'm also going to put on Papyrus. Papyrus reveal. I honestly think Papyrus will show himself up in Chapter 5. Only because we don't really know what Papyrus is going to do. That's kind of an let's see. That's the kind of obvious one. He's the one coming. It's me, the one and only. Asgore as main route final boss. I don't know if Harris is gonna, or I don't know if Asgore's gonna be a final boss. I don't personally see how fighting against Asgore would make any sense. I mean, it would be a callback to Undertale, like it would be, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Asgore to be fighting Chris, like at least in lore. Unless we're talking about a weird route situation, and then that comes up. Although that also implies that the weird route situation involves Asgore, which I don't know if Asgore will be a part of the weird route. Let's see, kind of zooming that around. There we go. An annoying dog moment, says Lloyd. Ooh, okay, yeah, I'll put that on there. So kind of on, while I'm trying to type this in. On Azrael and Papyrus coming back, Azrael, I'm fairly certain, will come back during the festival in Chapter 5. Because technically on the days that have been... I misspelled reveal, hold on. Annoying dog. There we are. Put annoying dog down here. But let's see. So Azrael has been stated that Azrael will be coming home next week, is what was said to us during Chapter 1. Now, according to some stuff, specifically from the Eggman Easter egg in Chapter 3, you can find out exactly what day everything is going to be on. Specifically, that the festival is actually on Sunday, and the day that everyone's at church is actually on a Saturday. So, well, by technicalities, if you think about it, we started last week, I think on a Thursday. Chapter 2 and 3 took place on Friday, and then Chapter 4 is on Saturday, and then Chapter 5 is on Sunday. Technically, it's next week. So, with next week finally upon us, Azrael has been stated to be coming back next week, and the festival is probably the best time for Azrael to even try to come back home. So Azrael will come back specifically because the festival is coming up, and it also fits the next week criteria. So that is my reasoning for Azrael coming back. I actually think we'll finally, at long last, see Azrael. At long last, we finally get to see what he looks like. That would be great. Let's see. I'm driving in my car right after a beer. Paid that bump is shaped like the deer. Paid? I meant to say, hey. Ooh, I'm going to assume that your name is Robert. Robert? I think. I remember seeing you at some point. I can't remember what I ended up with. Robert says, new Forgotten Man lore. I'll be sure to put that on here. Actually, I'm just going to see if I can put on egg. In the future, Forgotten Man lore, I'm just going to be putting in, like, kind of the same department as egg. Like, we're able to find the egg and we're able to find that. So just kind of trying to condense things about a little bit. If we find... Not fair, he didn't say prediction. Well, I'm going off of if it's like an actual prediction or a suggestion. If you say prediction, it makes it easier to pick out if something's a prediction or not, or just a funny comment. Prediction. We will get hints to what happened to December. Ooh, I should probably put that on here too. Let's see. So, let me get egg, moss. I'm gonna put them in different areas because those are like guarantees, and I'm gonna make those a little bit more difficult. Let's see. Star Walker is also going to show up, but I'll put him down here. Prediction, we keep the climbing claws. Ooh. I like that one. Hold on. Let's see. Keep climbing claws. That does sound kind of interesting if we can use that. At least, like, oh, cool, we are actually able to use them in different Dark Worlds. That'd be cool. Friend aside me prediction. I already got that on here. Friend aside me quote, as well as just a friend cameo, because I feel like those are kind of different. Actually, I've kind of thought about this. Once we get done with the normal bingo prediction board. I've thought about making a second board that's specifically over impossible stuff that will basically not happen. Definitely. 100%. And if we think that there's like a couple ridiculous things on here, we can put them on the impossible bingo card instead. So we're trying to see what we can do, make this one out first, and then depending on what we think, we'll be like, is this possible? Maybe, possibly. Wow, that is not possible whatsoever. And then we'll just put that over on the impossible board. Climbing claws, I said them like 3 times. Finally. Sorry, I've been trying to keep up with a lot of other conversations. Apologies. Squig said, prediction, secret boss for 1 character? What do you mean by 1 character? Like just a secret boss in general? Actually, okay, more specific. Will the secret boss be a main character that we encounter? Kind of like how the old man, like we fought against the old man in chapter 4, but he actually was like a influential character throughout most of the chapter. The Roaring Knight is here. Oh! Oh no! Wait, where's my... Oh no! It's the Roaring Knights! They're in the chat. Oh no! Hey chat, I gotta enter battle mode. I need to work on that one more. And the Roaring Fraud is here. Let's see, prediction. We'll get a falling out of the main trio. Ooh. Oh, like a betrayal will happen. I'm not 100% sure on that because I feel like okay, tensions are really high already. Like Susie is kind of terrified, or not really terrified, but more like worried. Do I want to say worried? Squix is gonna head out. Bye bye. Okay, you have a good day, Squix. Thank you for stopping by. The fools. They shall never figure out who I am. The Roaring Fraud is rules card. It says RK. The Roaring Mon is here. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to keep up with stuff. So, let's, okay. I'll get back to Silence's one in a moment. Flowey reveal. Actually, I should probably put something like that on there. Apologies, I'm like juggling several different ideas at the moment. Okay, I'll put the Flowey one up in a moment. Let me actually keep up with maybe Flowey and Frisk mention. I'll get back to that. On Silence's prediction on we're having a falling out. I feel like there are a lot of tensions. Like the tensions are really high with everybody. Chris is working against everyone. Neither of them know that at the moment. But hey, don't tell them that. That's spoilers. But Susie, I honestly feel bad for Susie because she's like the only one that's really taking all this seriously. Rousey's kind of doing his own thing. Chris is, well, doing Chris-related things, also doing their own thing. They're supposed to be working together, but it's kind of iffy if they are, like, working together for real or not. Like, it's kind of difficult to tell. Also, wait, am I, like... Sorry, I just now noticed. Is Tenno, like, slightly hovering above the ground? Oh, wow, that is the wrong button. But he is slightly hovering above the ground. I will not fix this yet. Because, apologies for that. Let's go, $100 million incoming! Oh, that would be great. So, on Silence's thing, I don't know if there will be a falling out, or, I'll put it up here, and then we'll talk about it a bit later. On the idea that Flowey will come back, I remember from one of the fights that we have with the holy water cooler, Babel, that she actually does mention a blue flower. So, let's see, Flowey cameo. I'm going to put Flowey cameo here. We'll put Flowey cameo on here. So, there is precedent of some kind of flower-based object coming back. Now, the question is it Flowey himself? Or is it an echo flower? Because, specifically, the water cooler mentions a blue flower, which kind of stems towards it being an echo flower and not exactly Flowey himself, but it could just be an echo flower. So, I guess the question is, do we want it to be either a Flowey cameo or a echo flower cameo? Hey, command, you fool, I have 70 alternative eggs. Infinite tenants. For now, I'll leave it as a Flowey cameo, because I feel like that would be kind of interesting if we actually got something akin to Flowey. Not exactly Flowey, but like something like him. It might be the flowers from the 7 flowers. Ooh. Ooh, okay, okay, not really better idea, but what if all of the flowers became darkeners, like every single one of them? I actually, if we're gonna go off of that one, it would be interesting if we just got a Flowey cameo out of the 7 flowers. Or, okay, I'm gonna list this one out a bit better. So for the Flowey cameo, it's actually going to be, let's see. I'm gonna turn it into, let's see. Colored flowers become darkeners. I'm gonna put that on there. And then maybe have a second one actually that's for Flowey. Ugh, Deltarune Theory, says Bobkin. Yes, this is the Deltarune Theory subreddit. That only lasts for today. We make gameplay predictions now, though. Also, Moss should be in the center. No, I'm gonna put Moss just off to the side over here. You can make gameplay predictions. That's fine. Like, we're kind of putting them in together. Like, we're gonna have story elements as well as gameplay stuff kind of on the same board. A bit later, we'll try to take some impossible suggestions, stuff that will most definitely not happen. And of which I'll probably be referring to the post that I made a couple days ago to see some stuff on there, because there were some options. Let's see. Well, if Azrael is in this alternate universe, I think I have a prediction if Kara makes their appearance. I don't think Kara exists in this world. Like, I frankly don't think Kara exists. That's what I think, though. Because, I guess this is more of my opinion on this, but I think Kara's entire identity is taken up by Chris. Like, whenever we think of Kara being in here, that's Chris. They're technically different characters, but they kind of fit the same role, even though they have different names. Like, they fit in the same spot. Now, would it be interesting if, like, Kara appeared in Deltarune? I guess that'd be interesting, but that also implied that they'd have to have a canonical name, which, currently at the moment, Kara should not have a canonical name. So I don't really see how Kara can appear in here. Or, ooh, okay, LOL kind of talking about Chris being Frisk mentions or metaphor lore. Chris could be Kara. What about instead of Kara, we get Frisk? Like, Frisk actually makes their appearance in Deltarune as, like, the only other human. Actually, I'm gonna put that up. That actually sounds a lot more interesting. So, Frisk cameo. I'm gonna put that up there because that also sounds interesting. Or at the very least, like, could be. Is that the Roaring Knight? Yeah, the Roaring Knight's here. Just don't look at them and they'll go away. Hopefully, we'll be fine. Well, we'll be fine. Need to work on that. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can catch up with other stuff, because there's a lot of suggestions. Like, there's a lot. I'm probably not gonna be able to get all of them, which is unfortunate. Rio says prediction: Susie healing move stops upgrading. I feel like Susie's stuff will actually get stronger over time. Like, it's already been shown that in one single chapter, she went from doing only like 2 points of healing, all the way up to 150 in one day. That's some insane potential growth. Honestly, I'm actually going to put down Let's see, Susie's healing increased or something like that. Susie's healing increased or increases? I'm gonna put increases. Put that down here for a moment. Because, like, Susie's potential is going to be very, shockingly high. So, if in one singular chapter she can get, like, a massive 150 points of healing on her ability, I would probably be a whole lot better. Let's see. Bob can ask, hey, Rory Knight, what's going to happen in Chapter 5? Toby doesn't want me to leak Chapter 5, so... dang it. Kevin says that the healing might become overheal? Ooh. Ooh. I do like the idea of overhealing, although I don't know how that would work in the game because that hasn't actually worked yet. Or, maybe could replace... Actually, I was thinking about replacing Susie's healing increase with overhealing becomes an option, but I still don't know how that would. I'm gonna leave Susie's healing increase. That'd be interesting if there was an overhealing effect, though. Oh yeah, one earlier conversation was like, how many secret or how will the secret boss show up? Will they be a main character, or will they just be like a side character that you can only find? Like, well, okay, thinking about that. There is Spampton.
Oh, it's Spampton. Oh no, it's Spampton. Oh no.
That, technically was like a main-ish character and then turned into a secret boss. Jevil was like, you can only find Jevil as a secret boss, and then, whoop. That's still so funny. And then, Old Man, or let's see. Technically, the Roaring Knight appears as the actual secret boss because that's the one that you get the shard from. But you could also put ERAM in on that. I don't know exactly how ERAM falls into the spectrum of secret shadow boss characters. But that could also be an option. Okay, her's kind of expanding on the overhealing mechanic. It could work kind of like sleeping in the Snowden Inn, I guess. That could probably work. Put both, let's see. I'm kidding, just running for real, oh my gosh. Put both on there? I'll see if I can put both. Ooh! Whoa! Robert has donated $10 whole to me. That is very much appreciated, Robert. Thank you very much for the $10 donation. Thank you very much. Let's see. Also saying, so Jevil ERAM style versus Spampton Gerson style. Great, Robert. One day I will donate. No rush, but any donations are very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, so on that... I don't know how to put... I don't know how to put that in there. Like either as a true secret boss or as like a shadow boss. Because, that's gonna be kind of difficult to work with, isn't it? Not really difficult, but just like... I don't know how to put that in, because that's like a lot. There will be a secret boss. Will it be one or the other? I'm going to, actually, I'm going to put on, just for this one. Let's see. True secret boss. A true secret boss. This one is referring to like a Jevil or ERAM style boss that isn't referenced at all in the actual game. but you can only find if you find the secret itself. I misspelled secret. 1 second. Secret? No, that's correct, right? Secret. I am dumb and forgot how to spell secret. That is how you spell secret. I am dumb. Secret. Yes. Okay. I keep double checking my spelling because I know I'm bad at spelling. Let's see. Ultimate prediction. We fused 2 twin ribbons to get a better not nerfed twin ribbon. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna put something like that on there because also I really hate something. For a while, there was a theory I had that really relied on the twin ribbons being of some importance, which basically the old theory went off of how Ralsei was able to get one of the ribbons from Chapter 1 as a default item if you played without any save data in Chapter 1. Now, the reason why this is important is because that's like the only time that anyone opens up a chest and gets an item. Otherwise, every other time, we get default items. So I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if if it was like a mandatory thing that was canonical to the world that we get the ribbons, and then us not getting the ribbons means we're going against the prophecy or something? That is what I thought at first, until we got Chapter 3 and 4, and then as like a default item, we just never got the ribbons as default items anymore. So that theory is like, Alf, it's gone. So that is to say that the twin ribbons, or the ribbons in general, don't really have any relevance. I'm pretty sure on that. That being said, the ribbons have gotten better in that they're like really good just items that you can find. They could still be like references to stuff later, but they're not as important as I thought they were going to be, which is unfortunate. New fusion items added? Ooh, I could probably put that in with the twin ribbon prediction. So, let's see, adding that in. Let's see, new fusion items. We're pretty sure that's going to happen, but you need to. I know you need to find like a specific character. Ooh, okay, on that, let's see. I'll have the, let's see, buffed twin ribbons as their own little category over here. So buffed twin ribbons, that one's going to be something else. Snowgrave Route continues in Chapter 5. I feel like that's gonna be kind of a guaranteed one. Oh, let me see if I can find this. I remember there was a couple predictions on the where is it? On the post here. Most unlikely theory of all, Birdly becomes a party member. Which, actually kind of on that. I don't know if like the twin, or not the twin ring, what am I talking about? If Birdly will have any importance in Chapter 5, or okay, one other thing that I noticed on some of the posts was like we get the option to date Birdly in the festival. Actually, let's put some comment posts now. They were first. I'll check. I was gonna check those out once I like kind of ran dry on here, which. Honestly, I kind of figured that there wouldn't be as many suggestions on here, so I was going to go off of that in case there wasn't. I'll go off the posts in a moment, though. Let's see. Let's see. We date Birdly. That is going to be another little suggestion thing. We'll get another Ferris wheel between Noelle and Susie wheel scene at the festival, but on the Snowgrave it'll be Noelle and Chris. Ooh, that was Taz's thing. I actually like that. I feel like that's probably going to happen. You know what? I'm gonna put a Ferris wheel in there because I feel like there'd be like a Ferris wheel Or, definitely not Lancer's here. Oh my gosh, it's not definitely Lancer. Finally, I got listen, finally. Sorry, there was a lot of people to check up on. I'm gonna put on here Ferris wheel scene 2. I'll put that on here. We'll get another Ferris wheel scene here. There we go. There will 100% be a Ferris wheel scene in Chapter 5. Well, we don't know that for sure. We haven't seen a Ferris wheel yet. Definitely. Lancer, what are you doing here? Oh yeah, the Roaring Knight is here. Pay no mind to them. They're just kind of here. All right, going to go... Whoop! I'm back. Sorry, I blipped out of reality. All right, I'm gonna go off of a couple suggestions from the post now. Mostly because, yeah, you're right. It should have been talked about. Not really talked about first, but okay. So going through some of these, we'll go through them and see what happens. So let's see. Azurite the Fox says the bunker will be opened up. We'll learn the last part of the prophecy. Then we'll get to learn. We could try to rewrite the last part. Actually, on that, we could probably put bunker on here. Let's see. Type in. Not that. Let's see. Bunker. Let's see. We enter the bunker. I'm gonna put that on here. Oh, geez, what happened to the font? The font's like kind of busted. I think I clicked something wrong. Let's see. Determination mono web regular. There we go. We enter the bunker. Let's see. Let's read all the comments before adding them, says Rio. You know what? Yeah, I probably should do that because there's like a ton of posts. We'll go over all the posts and just kind of I'll give my general thoughts on those, and then we'll go back to the bingo board and think about it later. Okay, so we talked about the bunker one. I personally think the bunker will probably happen, or at least we get more information on the bunker. Let's see. Azrael doesn't show up, says the key to comedy. I've kind of talked about this one already, but I honestly think that Azrael will probably be coming back in this one because, woohoo, it's Sunday, technically next week. Azrael was going to come back next week. Surely that means we get Azrael. Prediction, the night is papyrus somehow. No. You know, it's funny when even the Roaring Knight says it. Okay, I still think it would be hilarious if Papyrus became the Knight, but I honestly don't think Papyrus will be Knight. There's already too much information off of the Knight most likely being Des or Carol. At this point, it's kind of looking more like a Des. Let's see. Asgore will die, says Sir Gumpy. So what's your thoughts, Chad? Do you think Asgore will die? I'm gonna hope that Asgore doesn't die, though. I'm fairly certain he'll be all right. Ooh, hold on. While I'm thinking about this, I want to see if I can make a really quick. Let's see. Copy, paste that. Let's see. Impossible. I'm gonna put an impossible card here. Impossible mode. Can I affect the rotation? Yeah. Impossible mode, and brighten that up. There we go. So we're gonna have an impossible card. Specifically, because I honestly think we won't Or Asgore won't die, but I'm just gonna put that on here anyway, because Asgore will die. There we go. Perfect. Alright, I'm gonna get back to reading some of these comments. So yeah, the impossible card is specifically for stuff that I'm personally believing won't happen or that you think will not happen. That's why it's impossible. And then it'd be really hilarious if, like, impossible stuff happened. Let's see. Fossil Hunter says, I think that the secret boss will be Friend. Chapter 5 cliffhanger will start at the Roaring. Ooh, oh, actually, I'm gonna... I know I'm kind of going against what I've said, where we wait until we read everything, but, I've kind of thought about seeing if we could put the Roaring... Let's see... The Roaring starts. We'll put that one on here. We'll put the Roaring starts as an option. You can't stop the roaring, though? That's a fact we know. Well, so the roaring just cannot happen. On that, it's more like the roaring probably will happen. It's a matter of it'll happen in Chapter 5 or in Chapter 6. Like, we don't know which chapter it'll actually start in. It could just be 5, and then we have to deal with that. Like, maybe the Fountain of Asgore opens up, ends up being the tipping point that causes the roaring to happen. Wait, I'm getting a call from the Roaring Knight themselves. It says, don't worry, it won't happen that soon. So what? Do we just put the roaring happens in the impossible category? Okay, scratch that. We'll figure out what should be impossible and what is possible a bit later. I'm gonna go back to reading these and actually figure stuff out. Let's see. Asgore gets captured by the Roaring Knight after his fights. Implying that we fight Asgore and then the Roaring Knight takes away Asgore. Which, on that, I feel like that could only really happen if for whatever reason the Roaring Knight doesn't have the thing that they took Undying for. Like, they took Undying specifically for the code or either for a sacrifice. Unless for some reason that they didn't need the code, which actually, no, they didn't need the code. They were able to get in there in the first place. So I don't entirely know why Roaring Knight would need Asgore. I'm not entirely certain, but like I could say that Roaring Knight or like there's someone in cahoots because I know Asgore is working with Carol. Not like to the extent of causing the roaring, but we'll have to think about that. Jeez, I'm getting more predictions in chat. I'll catch up with those in a bit. So, I don't think this will happen in general. That's just what I think, though. Although I find this one funny. As Rousey casts Avada Kedavra. That'd actually be really funny. Imagine Rousey actually just snaps and just kills somebody. Yeah, alright. The knight's antlers could be a red herring, says Golden. I don't think they're... I don't think that'd be... Oh, actually, okay, on that. Let's see. For the impossible category, we'll put Roaring Knight is not a holiday. Let's see. Roaring Knight is not a holiday. Hala or hala? I'll do that. I'm gonna put on here impossible category. Roaring Knight is not a holiday. I'm fairly certain, me personally, that the Roaring Knight is in fact a holiday. Not even just going off of the the antlers on the knight. Mostly because if you think about it, the only person in reality that has connections to the night are holidays. Like, heck, Rudy is still, unfortunately, on the table for being the Roaring Knight, even though I don't think that's possible. He's still on the table. Like, could be likely, but also not. I personally don't think Rudy is the Roaring Knight. At this point, in my opinion, we're down to either Carol or Des, and Des is looking very likely. But yeah, it would be impossible, in my opinion, that the Roaring Knight is not a holiday. And this table sucks. We're working on it. We're working on it. Don't worry. Definitely not. Lancer says excessive makeout scenes are guaranteed. That is not impossible. Should we put a makeout scene on here? Okay, for the bit. Excessive makeout scene. There we go. Excessive makeout scene. Do you think that's impossible? Let's see. Impossible prediction. We'll get excessive makeout scene. Okay, so, Alicia, what? I walked away to get food. Oh, okay, for those that don't know the reference, let me see if I can find it. This was like a random Toby tweet. I think, was it on his Twitter? No, it's on his Blue Sky. 1 second. For those that don't know the reference, I need to find this, because basically there was a post that Toby made where he was talking about talking with a friend about stuff, and they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna put." Let's see. Oh, here it is. Found it. Let's see. Let's see, Toby says, and I quote, "A friend of mine was using a tool to analyze market research for his game. As a check, he tested it on Deltarune. Seems like I have a lot of things to work on. Has weaknesses, unskippable cutscenes, some chapters feel half-baked, minor bugs, excessive makeout scenes, slow segments in gameplay." So, yeah, I don't get it either. So, excessive makeout scenes will probably happen? Peak. So, yeah, according to the program of Toby's friend, there's excessive makeout scenes. Make of that what you will. Okay, so going back to the posts. Let's see, Galaxy Carmenta says, main guess is, so far, is that the flower shop burns down, and a Darkener might die if they're not recruited. Ooh. I don't entirely get, or, let's see. Okay, more expanding on that. Does that mean that, like, going off of, like, the flower shop burns down, we could probably interpret that as, like, the flower shop itself gets destroyed at some point. Like it could be from either some side effect of the fountain appearing in the shop, or elsewise. Jeez, I'm still trying to keep up with what I can do for my buttons. I feel like it's based on algorithm fan discussion, says Robert. Yeah, but would it be really funny if there was an excessive makeout scene? That's what I think. We'll discuss it a bit later, though. Definitely Not Lancer says there's a red fading death animation in the files that shows up on Titan spawns. Darkeners can die, says Lancer. Oh, yeah, on that. I think there were some cases that some people were able to use Snowgrave on actual Darkeners, and it does use the red fade-out animation for that. As in to say, Darkeners can die, and the red fade-out animation is used for the Titan spawn in Chapter 4, so they can die. But it's more of a question of if they'll die due to the flower shop burning down, or actually, technically, if it burns down anyways, that's and the darkness are in there. Technically, the objects will be destroyed, and then that way the darkness will also be destroyed. Unless for some reason dust revives them or something, or like you can like reanimate darkness from their ashes. Not sure. I don't know how I can actually put that on the board though. Tenna dies if not enough people are recruited. Says oh yeah. Because in Chapter 3, if well, let's see. In Chapter 3, if you do not recruit enough people, you're not able to fix up Tenna. And then Tenna dies afterwards and is basically completely gone. He's too small. I'm sad. I can't take it anymore, Chris. I need more shows. All right, I'm gonna get back to reading these things. The bunker gets opened at the end of the chapter. Says halt, Gabriel. I've already kind of put something on here for the bunker, right? I did. Where is it? Yeah, we enter the bunker. Now, could it be that it's at the end of the chapter, beginning, middle? Heck, we could even have the dark world in Chapter 5 in the bunker, which actually that'd actually be interesting. But at least at the very least, we enter the bunker as like a general. The bunker is finally entered at long last. Maybe we just get a cliffhanger again, and then we'll never know what's in the bunker. We just enter the bunker. We don't see what's in the bunker. If that's the case, we have at least entered the bunker. Do I think we're gonna go into the? That's the wrong. Where is it? Just get out of here. Get out of here. Excessive makeout scenes. There we go. Wait, did he just Gabriel? Oh yeah, halt Gabriel. Where is Gabriel? Where is he? Okay, I'm gonna try to focus. I'm trying to see if I can go through all of these. Nago says prediction is I have for Chapter 5. I stuttered that like crazy. Let's see. Chapter 5 is gonna have the most parallels to Undertale. That'd actually be interesting if there was more references to Undertale in Chapter 5. That actually could be really interesting. Like just having more interactions like that. Behind the malicious face. Where is Gabriel? What have you behind the malicious face? A waste of my time. Let's see. Funny says, it'd be funny if the shelter was exactly like how the Mantle games represents it as a rock maze. Ooh, kind of on that. I don't actually know if that's like a proper representation of the bunker or not, because it's in the game. There is like... you enter the bunker area not through Castletown, or not through Hometown. You kind of enter it through, like, the city town, right? I think. Yeah, I need to replay it. But I do like the idea of Chapter 5 having a lot more parallels to Undertale. We're finally figuring stuff out, or something like that. And it's very connected. Also, I didn't have a limitation on how many, like, suggestions everyone will have, so I'm going to read off of user VH5HG9CJ1G, however you pronounce that. User Vishaj. I don't know. Roaring. The honest to angel, no holds barring roaring will begin in Chapter 5 with the actual main thrust of the roaring being dealt with in Chapters 6 and 7. I've kind of already had my thoughts on the roaring happening. Like, it could possibly happen at the end of Chapter 5, and that's like a setup. I'm kind of all for the roaring probably happening in Chapter 5 or something similar. Like, Asgore tilts the scales a little too much in the Roaring Knight's favor as an example. Or, Oh, okay. I just thought about this. Here's a new call. The Roaring Knight doesn't want to cause the roaring and is trying their best to not cause it. But then, because of Asgore accidentally doing something that he probably shouldn't, he accidentally created too many fountains and causes the roaring. Or, alternatively, not just Asgore, it could just be like someone in general, for whatever reason, decided to make too many fountains, and it went beyond the limitations that the Roaring Knight was trying to set. Because Rousey said himself that if the Roaring Knight wanted to cause the roaring, they would have done it already, and they haven't. So there's something that they're waiting on, or they're being very, very cautious. So, okay, on the roaring happening, I'm going to think that the roaring isn't caused by the Roaring Knight and is kind of like fall off, or like an accidental thing that happens. The thing with the Roaring Knight is that we cannot have a roaring happening. We know the roaring is irreversible. Like the roaring happens, it's over, and the story just ends. Okay, because all the Titans show up. But it's more like let's see. Sorry, I was checking something else. Like, I feel like, so the roaring is going to happen, definitely. Is it going to be chapter 5? Maybe. Kind of likely. Will everything end? Not quite, because the prophecy has talked about how the heroes will only arrive at the world's end, as in like the world is already ending, and then the heroes show up to actually do something about it. Now, are they actually able to do something about it? Is kind of the question. I desperately hope that they do. That would be great. Let's see. Original says not just the Titans spawning, but also total darkness, no magic, and every darkener freezes up, etc. Oh yeah, because the Titans like show up in reality and start like wreaking havoc. Actually, I thought about this. Whenever that does happen, how the hell are they able to do anything against the Titan? I guess like if Chris does something with their soul, like the human soul. The red soul or something. Okay, trying to read some other stuff. Chapter 5, Shadow Crystal Holder will have an important relationship or significant impact to Rousey, or similar to the old man's impact on Susie. Ooh, Actually, that could probably go with Image Friend probably being the secret boss, or at least being someone hinted at if they're connected to Rousey, and it gives Rousey time to have something interesting happen. Now, will Image Friend be the secret boss? I think it'd be, you know what? The idea of Friend being the secret boss would be some interesting payoff. A creature that has watched in the shadows. He's been watching you in the shadows this whole time. Imagine like the little antennas or the little friend. He's been watching you with his periscope. Warp. And then finally, the payoff. It's actually been a secret boss this whole time. That actually would be kind of cool as like a payoff. That being said, I don't know how interesting it would be if that actually is like the only payoff. But that would be like a cool way to introduce the Friend character as like a secret boss, though. Let's see. Loke says prediction: Rousey is a sub main character of the chapter, like how Susie was in chapter 4. Do you mean like as a focus? Because I feel like Rousey was also a focus. I mean, yeah, Susie is like a main character. Actually, Susie's kind of a main character in pretty much every chapter, and Rousey's kind of as a side character. So we might get more information on Rousey, but I don't think Rousey will become a main character or even like a sub-main character. Just a side character, like he's always been. Now, let's see. We won't see the Eggman until after the roaring begins, is the fourth prediction. Actually, on that, we only ever find the Eggman, or like the eggs in general, if we go into the Dark World of that chapter. But that'll imply that we actually explore a dark world. Okay, I've thought about this though. I've thought about this in like one of my prediction videos from recently, where I talked about the Deltarin's plot hole. I had an idea that we'll actually have a full open world in Chapter 5. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna see if I can put that in here, just as something else. Let's see, Chapter 5, open world. Chapter 5 is an open world. I've thought about Chapter 5 as an open world. That is, that Chapter 5 will have like the festival be going on, but also halfway through the festival, there is some kind of dark fountain that shows up, and we'll have to go between the dark world and the light world in order to get stuff done. We'll need to go back into the light world in order to do stuff in the dark world or something like that. So when I say that Chapter 5 is an open world, I mean that we can freely move between dark and light worlds, as in, like, the main dark world of this chapter is something that we can freely move between. Technically we can, that's already kind of a thing in Chapter 4, but this is more like if we were in Chapter 4 and we could leave the dark world at any time. Whereas in Chapter 4, what actually happens, we can visit Castletown at any time. It's just when it comes to the dark world itself, we're kind of stuck in there until the end of the chapter. So, idea is, in Chapter 5, instead, we'll be able to swap between the worlds. Or at least like have a more free option for that. Let's see. Asgore, the Flowerman, is trapped in an asylum, not unhinged, dark, nor a mad psychopath. Fighting him will be off the table for most of the chapter, and instead we'll try to free him from the dark world that he's imprisoned in. If we do fight Asgore, it'll likely be that he's mentally influenced by the flowers, a moment of despair-fueled rage, or something similar. Okay, you know what? That actually is like a reasonable answer for like how we could fight Asgore, in that he's like taken over by the flowers. Had a thought. Taken over by Flowey the Flower. That could be something. I know I'm gonna keep that in mind while I'm thinking on other stuff. Let's see. The player is not the angel and will not be revealed as the angel in Chapter 5. Flowey's Azure says original. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, you do got a good point. You do got a good point on that, Golden, when you say, like, Flowey's Azrael. Because that means, because, like, technically, Flowey is Azrael in that they kind of make up the same person. Or, actually, no. More specifically, I'm pretty sure Flowey is technically, like, a clone of Azrael. Not really, like, a straight, not... good grief. Not exactly Azrael, not exactly... Because Flowey has, like, all of Azrael's memories, but isn't exactly Azrael. And by the end of the pacifist run in Undertale, you pretty much allow Flowey to become Azrael for a little bit, for at least a little bit. So... I'm not sure. Okay, actually, I kind of thinking about that. I don't know if Flowey does appear in Chapter 5, if they're going to be their own person or still like based off of Flowey from Undertale. Like they could at least be named Flowey, but have an entire different personality. And we'll go off of that. Okay, trying to read up on some of these other ones. Jeez, I'm going to be here all day, aren't I? Right, Starmite says, this is kind of a popular theory for Chapter 5, but it's interesting, so I thought I'd mention it. In Chapter 5, I think the knight will introduce us to their friend inside them, Woody Deathcaster, and then Rudy and Asgore will confess their love. Maybe that's where the excessive makeout scene comes from. I'm gonna put that as excessive makeout scenes. This will happen. I'm Toby, so yes. Oh no. True Asgore would be a Flowey V2 in the Dark World. Or like an unconscious Asgore under the influence of Flowey the Flower.
Funny, are you King Minos?
Oh yeah, he's Cat Minos actually. V2 reconstruct what? Reconstruct what? How about reconstruct this wop? Amalgamation. Amalgamation. Why am I an amalgamant? I don't know. Okay, going back to reading some of this stuff. Let's see. The Flower Guard has a alternate to the Royal Guard. Oh, because okay, this is specifically going off of if Asgore does actually make the fountain and basically becomes the king of the flowers, which he already is. I mean, his entire store is called Flower King, so of course he has some kind of Flower Kingdomness. I think that would be interesting if we actually get a Royal Guard, though. Ooh. Okay, but also, for reference, I'm probably going to put that in with, like, the colored flowers becoming darkeners, because that would effectively mean that they become, like, the Royal Guard thing. That'd be cool if they became, like, their own Royal Guard, like, going back to Chapter 5 having more Undertale similarities, which it probably will just because we're going to have Asgore as, as a main character, so that would be interesting. Or, main character enough. Okay, going back to this. Oh yeah, that was by May Bonnets. Let's see. Yiker Bones. Chris stabs someone in the real world. Chris commits violence. I'm gonna put that on the impossible, actually. Let's see. Chris stabs someone. I'm gonna put that in the impossible. Like, I feel like that could at least happen. I mean, Chris always has their knife on them at all times. This is, like, practically confirmed. Like, Chris can just pull it out whenever they feel like it. And so, probably could use it to stab someone in real life. Like, maybe. Let's see, original says V1 use Royal Guard. Enemy takes 2 damage and V1 gets blood heal. What if they stab an object in the real world? Okay, we're gonna have to classify what exactly an object is. I'm gonna say something that would be actually, I was about to say something would be considered a darkener, but that's kind of like anything. Okay, let's see. Okay, not specifically stab someone. Stab someone slash something. Kind of broadening that to either like stabbing someone in reality or stabbing an object, which could be like Chris stabbing a darkener as an example in the light world. That way that they were able to defeat them. They're able to defeat that darkener that was very difficult in the dark world, in the light world, which that'd be really easy. Wow, this secret boss is really difficult to beat. Hold on, how about we just bring it into the light world and then stab it? Easy peasy. Okay. Let's see, Chris LOL, spelled with a C. At the start of the roaring, this kind of goes with...
Is that the Roaring Knight? Is that the Roaring Knight? Is that the Roaring Knight in my post? It's the Roaring Knight. Oh my gosh, it's the Roaring Knight.
You're also in my chat somewhere. Rules card content. I feel like that's kind of a given, though. Like, that's going to happen. Also, on the start of the roaring from Chris, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. We've already talked about that one. Roaring Knight says rules card content. we're gonna get something. We got rules card content even in Chapter 4, even though he didn't appear that much. Let's see, original I'm gonna read, catch up on chat really quick. Kaz says it's the Floral Guard instead of the Royal Guard. Ooh, I like that. I like that idea. The Floral Guard instead of the Royal Guard. Dude, Undyne was trained by Asborn Undertale. Maybe he trains her in the Dark Worlds as original. That would imply that Undyne was able to navigate out of the or out of the bunker and was able to get into the Flower Cane Dark World. That's a lot of hoping that that's how that works, though. Which, so far, the only person that's been able to transport themselves between Dark Worlds is Ralsei. So, unless Undyne can somehow figure out how to transport herself between the Dark Worlds, I don't think we'll be able to see her until after we open up the bunker. Astrosen says, I think we might play as Noelle in the Chapter 5 Snowgrave route. Ooh. Ooh, that actually might be interesting if we do get to play as her. Or at the very least, we will get, like, something. Oh, gosh, I'm terrified of whenever we do get around to, like, Chapter 5 coming out, and then I have to play the Snowgrave route. I'll be very sad. I already, like, lost all will to continue my Snowgrave route playthrough because of that one scene. Now I have, like, I want to see what happens, but I'm terrified to see what happens at the same time. Oh, well. I do like the idea, though, that we, like, will either be able to play as Noelle in the Snowgrave of Chapter 5, or at least we can, like, interact with Noelle more. Can we change date to Birdly to we can date Birdly? Yeah, sure, I'll change that. Let's see, okay, not we date Birdly, we can date Birdly. There we go. It is now changed to we can date Birdly. Let's see. We can. It's possible. Joke's on you, I never even started the base Weird Dress this room. Yeah, but it's still an option. And because it's an option, we have to. Halt Gabriel's in chat and says, wait, I have one. Hello, Halt Gabriel. Welcome to the chat. We're going over the bingo card at the moment. Let's see. Undyne finds convenient train to travel to Flower Dark World. Sure, why not? Toy Story reference. I already got that on here, or at least like friend inside me quote. We could change that to just a general Toy Story reference, which we could say involves the friend inside me thing, but we'll figure that out a bit later. I'm gonna try to go over the rest of these posts. Oh, Bricks and Broadway's here. Hey, Bricks. Hello, Bricks. Welcome. Going over a bunch of posts from a recent bingo card thing. What are your predictions for Chapter 5? And my idea is trying to figure out exactly what kind of stuff we can do. Yeah, look at that handsome devil. Yeah. We stopped taking chat submissions for like 3 predictions though. I'm sorry, I'm like swapping between different prediction stuff because, like, if you think about it, stuff in chat is going by really quick. I'm trying to see if I can catch up with those and also like acknowledge them while also going off here. These comments are not going anywhere. Your chat messages are going somewhere, like really high up. You can even see it right here. Look at them. Look at it. It's going up. The more you chat, the more it goes away, and the more it goes away, the less I get to see it. So I'm trying to keep up with stuff as much as I can. Let's see, Gaster Easter egg in part 5, which could just be like a Gaster interaction in general. Actually, okay, on that, okay, Gaster interaction is at least guaranteed because even in Chapter 4 or Chapter 3 even. We only got Chapter 3 interaction from Gaster because if we die to the knight twice, he comes up and says, hey, you want to try again, but faster? And then we try that again. But then at the end of chapter 4, Gaster comes in and says something. So I feel like it's somewhat guaranteed that Gaster will appear at some point. Not even as an Easter egg, just as, like, a thing. But what if it is an Easter egg? Why are you hitting yourself? Parry. Great sword! Chat's going crazy. Let's see. Junirapiv says egg with a period. Full stop. Oh yeah, the ultimate cookie said Gaster egg. Andrew said that. Okay, I'm trying to keep up. Let's see. Kevin in the post says, seeing the monochrome TV and having it look like Tenna in the Dark World at the flower shop. And extension, you can add the original mic theory on with it, where one mic was a computer program like Clippy, but could do stuff in a dark world. Mike is Clippy. I mean, that does kind of work, but... Who's that loser? It's Gabriel, obviously. Hall's Gabriel. Oh, Bobcan's gonna head now, or... I know, have a great day. Alright, see ya, Bobcan, you have a good time. Let's see. Oh, that's what you were saying that about. Okay. Let's see. Susie and Noelle make the out. Birdley and Chris make out. Vessel reappears. We overhype Asgore's role, and he's barely in it. And another Tenna. You know, I'm just going to put on here. Kevin says I'm still here, but you were in the post, technically. I'm going to put on here... a second Tenna. I'm going to put on the impossible area a second Tenna. Going off... There is, in fact, a TV there, so there is a likelihood that we could get a second Tenna. No. There is no second Tenna. There is only one Tenna. That would be interesting if there actually was a second Tenna, though. But, in my opinion, I don't think there will be. Still be neat, though. On Asgore's role being overhyped and he's barely in it, he's technically still in the prophecy, so he has, like, some interaction with us. Or some involvement with the story in general. Will he actually have involvement is, of course, the question. But we're just going to have to wait and see. I personally think he will have a major role because, well, he's in the prophecy. And also, Chapter 4 kind of hints at Asgore having a much bigger role to play later. Can we get a... we could get a... 10... However you say Tenna in reverse, that's what... we could do that. Remember Tenna saying that he has a cousin? I might be wrong, says Astro. I don't recall him ever saying that he has a cousin. Not sure. Bricks and Broadway is in chat as well as on the post. Kind of expanding on his thing. Let's see. Considering how much we overhyped Toriel in Chapter 3, I'm wondering if it'll happen again, says Bricks. On that... I actually see where you're coming from, because we did, in fact, overhype Toriel's involvement in Chapter 3, and then it turns out that Toriel just, like, was in a ball the whole time. That being said, Toriel didn't... Or, let's see. At least in the lead-up to Chapter 3, because in Chapter 1 or 2, as an example... Oh, hold up, stop the process. Robert has donated another $6. Hold on, I'll read up on your comments in a moment. Thank you very much for the $6, Robert. Your donations are very much appreciated. Thank you very much. All right, I'll read it in a moment. But yeah, I do agree that we did overhype Toriel's involvement, but at least Asgore has, like, some precedent on being in here.
I want to say thanks to Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Asgore at least has some precedent to have some involvement with the story. Because of, not just because of the prophecy, but also because in Chapter 4, if we're going through Noelle's house, we actually get to see Asgore trying to, like, uncover some conspiracy theory. So, even if Asgore doesn't have a whole lot of involvement in the main story, he still will be important to some extent. Like, I'm pretty certain that he's trying his best to figure out some kind of conspiracy that's going on, and he's trying to figure that out. So he will have some involvement, at least more than Toriel, which will be very funny. Let's see. So Robert's donation comment says, I have a theory Tennant looks the way that he does because of the TV static. So an off TV screen would be a regular sprite? Well, actually, I can do that right now. Burp. This is what an off TV looks like. Although, to be fair, Tenna was plugged in at the in Chapter 2, so I guess the question is if we'll get, like, an unplugged TV? Oh, I just had an idea. What if the TV becomes the secret boss, and the only way that we can actually interact with that secret boss is if we plug him in? So that's, like, one idea. Brick's kind of expanding on their comment again. Also thinking that the barely involved thing could be on the negative board. Or, on the impossible board is what I got it as. It's called the impossible one. This one has a bunch of stuff that will most likely not happen. So, I already have a thing here that says Asgore will die, but I could probably... Sorry, I flipped that reality. I could probably set it to, like, Asgore isn't important. Actually put that there instead. Asgore isn't important. That actually would be a bit more unlikely, because Asgore dying is very specific, but Asgore not being important is a lot more specific, and it actually, unfortunately, has a likelihood of happening. Cass says, ain't Tenna unplugged when you throw him into Castletown? You got a point. Technically, Tenna is unplugged when we get him into Castletown. You got a point there. Wait. So, why did Chris plug in the TV in Chapter 2 then? Why'd he do that? Why'd they do that? Why did Chris do that? There was no point to plugging it in unless it was just foreshadowing. It must have just been foreshadowing. Theories that everyone dies and I hears this funny. The egg room, says Lloyd. Already got the egg room as like as something up here. At least like egg. We got egg, Moss, and Star Walker as like givens. Okay, I'm gonna try to go back to the posts. I did like the ideas though, Bricks and Broadway. Also, Bertley and Chris make out. At the very least, we have a thing here that says that we can date Bertley. We're able to date Bertley. Not that we will date him, but that we can. We can at least have that as an option. Also have, I think, where is it? There it is. Ferris wheel scene 2. Thought we had a thought about just having like a second Ferris wheel coming in. And that would be like, I was joking with that one. Yeah, but it was really funny. It was really funny. Okay, going back to this, let's see. Alter, yeah, says the chapter will have some Castletown content after it ends because 3 and 4 didn't have much. Actually, Castletown had quite a lot of interactions, specifically whenever you get like all the mini games and you have like a lot more that you can do in the Castletown. Like there was a lot in there, like frankly a lot. Chapter 3 didn't have any interaction, but I think it makes up for it in Chapter 4, where we get a whole teacup scene in there. We get that, as well as information on Ralsei's room, more rooms in general, more Darkner interactions. Actually, we didn't get a lot of interactions with Chapter 4 Darkners, but that's because the chapter ended before we can actually go back to Castletown and interact with those Darkners there. So we'll definitely get more Castletown content in Chapter 5, just to kind of make up for the lack of it in Chapter 4. But that's not to say that there wasn't a lack of it in 3 and 4. There was a lot. Like, exploring the light world with Castletown takes like 2 to 3 hours or so if you want to read up on everything. Original says, yes, we don't know what, we also don't know what Chris is. Human. They're human. They're human. I'm pretty sure Chris is very much human. Even though Chris is very weird, pretty sure they're human. Oh, Bricks and Broadway has one more comment before they head out. Final prediction before I gotta go. Classmates join you in the dark world, like either Noelle or Birdley again, or some new classmates like Hattie and Snowy. I actually really want to see them have like some involvement. I wanted in chapter 3 to or I don't think how it I don't know if it would work in chapter 3, but like we would able to actually see our classmates in the dark world in their own dark world forms, like how Birdley has this like Saiyan armor, or Noelle has the snow garb, but like Caddy, Snowy, even Jockington could just have like their own darkener forms. I actually would love to see that. Ooh, actually, can I like put that on here? Chris doesn't have a soul. What is Chris? Like vessel? But Chris has a soul. But what if the human soul that Chris has isn't Chris's human soul? And Chris is borrowing it. Chris doesn't need a soul, because humans don't need souls in this world. I have a theory on that I need to think more about. If this Chris has a soul, we'd either be kicked out or not allowed to control them. Andrew says Chris is not human, they are spiders. Nautical spiders, that's funny. What was I gonna put on here? Shoot. Castletown content. I forgot what I was gonna put on there. Oh well, I'm gonna get back to reading. Amir says, I'm convinced that Azrael's gonna show up at the festival. There's no real evidence for what I have. It'd just be a great spot for him to show up. Interesting if there was some conflict. Interesting moments when Chris learns that they're making close friends with Susie. Also after the fallout with Toriel and Sans. Oh gosh, that'd be funny. Yeah, I still think Azrael will most likely show up in chapter 5. Can we get the impossible side at him? What do you mean? Please be specific, Hall Gabrielle. I'm not sure what you mean. Can we put on the specific side something? You would do as an appetizer. Prediction: Ascor runs over Sans. That would be very funny. We're definitely going to get like an interaction between Asgore and Sans, I feel like. Because Sans does know Asgore, and Asgore knows Sans because Asgore gets his pickles from Sans. You know what I want, Bone Man. Yeah, jar pickles, there you go. Let's see, Susie makes a joke about Chris being controlled by 1,000 bees. That would be kind of silly. Or at least like... Well, I mean, we technically already have a thing where, Susie talks about Chris being a zombie, which is kind of relevant. Chris does kind of act like that a bit. I don't know if we'll get, like, another interaction like that, though. Halt! That's a really good prediction, actually. Brick says, the one where you're going to put on there was something related to the classmates. Oh, yeah, thank you for the reminder. I was gonna put on something about classmates. Thank you for that reminder. Let's see. Classmates get dark world form. That was the idea. Let's see if I can I condense that down anymore? Not really. Shrink that down to 14. There we go. Classmates get dark world form. I'll put an S there. Dark world forms. There we go. That's a bit better. I think that'd be neat if, like, I mean, it's gonna be a whole festival thing. It'd be cool if we actually got to see, like, our classmates get, like, a dark world forms. Okay. Thank you very much for reminding me that, Bricks. I literally, train of thought got derailed and slipped out of my mind. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, going back to some of this.
We'll be able to read one more book in the library.
There's 3 chapters left, 3 bookshelves left, and my prediction is that one will explain stuff about monsters bleeding or not in Deltarune. I'm not sure if they'll talk about blood specifically, but it'll... Because we only really know humans needed blood for a while because of the stuff that happened in the True Laboratory in Undertale. We only really knew that from there. Like, that was kind of the only reason how we knew that monsters just aren't able to contain determination. That's kind of why. Brix has a comment really quick. Had an idea that Snowy gets a Aurora Borealis or a Shepard design, and I'm all about it. That'd be cool. I think that'd be neat to see like any of the classmates in a Dark World. Like, I want to see Caddy in some kind of like warlock outfit, like the occult studying Caddy gets a warlock outfit. That'd be cool. Let's see. Asgore won't be the main protagonist or boss of the chapter, but a flower darkener. It's visible on the Flower King Prophecy panel, and the chessboard during Jackenstein fight has a flower figure. Okay, so that...
Dean, address me, girl.
I am busy. 1 second, I will read it in a moment. On the idea that instead of Asgore being the main antagonist or boss, it's actually a flower darkener, which actually could go to it being like this version of Flowey, which could work. Address the power in the room. I'll address them in a moment. After I hit them with the 1-2 punch. I actually like that idea though of like one of the flowers just becoming like super duper sentient, or heaven forbid was actually one of the flowers that he gave tutorial and he keeps getting the old flowers. Okay, I'm just focusing on that too much. Be neat if it was Flowey. Let's see. Won't be able to kill Asgore during the fight, even in the weird route. That involves that we have to actually kill him. I don't think we'll try to kill him, though. I'm hoping not. How can Asgore be a flower darkener? Not that Asgore's a flower darkener, but that there's flowers that are darkeners. That's the specific.
Imagine the flowers he tried to seduce Toriel with becomes depressed.
Well, those were at least in the trash can, at least. Either that or eaten by Susie. I just had a thought, what if those flowers were darkeners and Susie ate one of the flowers? That's one thought that I had. Susie ate a darkener. Well, you know, if that flower actually was sentient. Let's see. Blue flower darkener secret boss with blue soul mode. I'm guessing this is referring to the conversation we had with Miss Mizzle when she mentioned something about a blue flower and how we should like or interact with them or pay condolences or something like that. We'll be able to visit Castletown before visiting the flower shop. That's just Castletown interest. Won't be able to learn what a shadow we won't learn what 5 shadow clusters do in Chapter 5 because we won't be able to visit Sham after collecting the 5th one. That would suck. That would frankly suck if we don't get to know what the 5th chapter did. Ooh, I should probably put that on here. Let's see. I know we're kind of maxing out here, but I'm gonna put, let's see. We can craft the twisted. Okay, do we want, okay, maybe not that we can craft the twisted sword, but we can craft the Cure Crystal. Okay, that kind of, I think that one kind of broadens the options a bit better. We can craft the Pure Crystal. Because ideally, we can, if we get 5, according to Sham, he can make something really cool. So, presumably, we get that. Make a 3rd bingo card. At this point, I might need to. But at least, we at least have like an impossible thing, so we can put like impossible stuff on there. I mentioned the Twisted Sword, and I got ignored, I think, says Astro. I apologize for that. like I said, there's a lot of comments that I have to go through, and the comments keep like rising, like they keep going up. So I keep losing track. I'll try to get on them whenever I can. Such as the power that wants me to read me. Dean, address me. I'll address you when I get the time, like right now. Susie finds out about Chris's soul. I mean, Susie already has like some or like some knowledge of that. Although here's something that I've been thinking about for a while. This is a theory that I thought of specifically after thinking about something. Like there was a commenter at one point that asked about what I thought about the human-monster war and why it didn't start in Deltarune and why it did in Undertale. And I kind of remembered something. The human-monster war in Undertale specifically started because the humans feared that the monsters would steal their souls and gain godlike powers. Which means that the humans in this world didn't have that fear. Because they didn't have that fear, they didn't do the human-monster war, and then everyone lived peacefully. Now the question is, why doesn't it work like that anymore? Why did the humans not have that fear? Is it because that monsters don't have magic and therefore they can't like benefit from containing a human soul? Or is there something more to it? In that they cannot obtain a human soul because humans don't have souls. Now, that sounds ridiculous because Chris has a soul. Chris is a human. But here's the other thing. What if Chris doesn't have a soul because humans don't normally have souls? Because here's the thing. We're not supposed to be here. We are the Red Soul, and we play as the Red Soul. But we're not supposed to be here. We're kind of put here for some reason. And also, Chris can live just fine without that soul. So, Chris doesn't need it. Now, I need to... this is an idea that I had, and I want to make a video on it because I actually think it's interesting. Problem is that there's a couple roadblocks. Such as... what the heck was Chris doing with the wagon before we got in here in Chapter 1? Like, Chris had that red wagon in the room before Chapter 1. Or, had it... or at least had it and had it ready. Okay, on that, I remember in Chapter 3 that when we went to one of the board games, we can actually travel into a pixelated version of Chris's room, where the red wagon isn't there. So I presume that it's like an older version of that room. That being said, the bloodstain is still there. Why is the bloodstain there? Why? Why is the bloodstain there in the first place? Why? I don't understand why it's there. I need to figure out why that bloodstain's there, and that can solve a lot of problems. There was also a comment that Noelle talked about where, like, oh yeah, Chris used to pretend to take one of these heart-shaped objects out of their chest and chase me around with it. Which, upon reading that, and that implies that Chris probably literally took out their soul before and chased Noelle around with it, pretending it was one of those heart-shaped pillows. However, what's to say that she was actually correct? In that it actually was one of those heart-shaped pillows that Chris was chasing around with. Because she never talks about the soul. Actually, that's another thing. Like, anytime that anyone talks about the red heart or the soul, they always mention it as a heart. Heart-shaped object? Why not a soul? Wait, actually, no. Spamton calls it a soul. Does Spamton know about souls? Or... and that's where the logic kind of ends, and that's kind of my thing that I've been thinking about. I still want to make a video on that because I think it could be interesting just to talk about. Like, I want to make a video just to talking about my thoughts. Still working on some other stuff at the time being, but that's definitely a theory video that I want to talk about because I think that would be interesting to like focus on at some point. If humans have souls or not, and if they don't, that's how the human-monster war didn't happen, because the humans didn't fear monsters taking their souls because they don't have souls. That's like one interpretation I had. By the way, Dean, we still don't know who created Spamton Neo's body. I think it's heavily hinted at that being Metaton. Like, Metaton created the body, and it's supposed to be kind of similar. Or the Neo body was supposed to be based off of Metaton Neo? Or, that's the assumption, of course. It's not confirmed what exactly the Spamton Neo body is, but I think it is talked about by Swatch, where he mentions that it was like a Lightner's drawing of some kind, and that's, or like a Lightner's MS Paint drawing, pretty much. Let's see, Spamton knew the Lightner before us, or was a Lightner. Okay, catching up with what chat's been talking about. Astro says, what predictions are bingo worthy? Because Chapter 0 might actually exist. Okay, going off of that, I don't think there's any reason to think that there will be a Chapter 0, mostly because we haven't been, like, informed if there is going to be a Chapter 0 at all. It's just that we only get, like, 7 chapters, and that's all we got. I don't personally think we have anything to go off of that makes it sure that we'll get a Chapter 0. I know there's graphics where there was a Chapter 0, but that could have just been, like, you know, placeholder graphics. Robert says, Spamton only calls it a soul after Neo transformation. Yeah, that's right. That's the only time Spamton actually talks about the soul. Which, wow, I've never seen a heart-shaped object like that before, implying that he's never seen a heart-shaped object like that. What, like the soul? As in, like, he's never seen the soul before? As in, he's never seen a human soul before? Even though humans should have souls? Unless they don't have souls. And he only gets the information about the soul after the Spamton Neo assimilation. Anyways, this is also, Robert, your one comment from, like, some time ago about the Human Monster War is what sparked all of this idea. So, when I make that video in the future, I have you to thank for that. Alright, gonna go back to reading this. We're already 2 hours in. Good grief. Haha, my #1 rated value customer. Don't you know that a chopstick cannot defeat a god? That's very funny. That's what we know. That's what we know. It was the creation of a Lightner. Behold the power of Neo. Yeah, Spamton Neo's body is made by a Lightner, at least. Let's see. Kevin says he might have withal. I'm guessing withdrawal after he. Oh, that's funny. You deleted the comment right as soon as I was about to say it. Oh, because you updated. Okay. Let's see. He might withdraw after pull out the soul explains the limping for a bit. Chris might have withdrawal after pull out the soul. I mean, maybe, but Chris is like fully able to move around very fine in Chapter 4, so maybe it was all an act and for dramatic effect. Also, Chris can like canonically run super duper fast. I mean, have you seen how fast Chris moves in Chapter 4 when like trying to catch you? Literally, bro has ultra instinct with how fast they move. For real. Okay, going back to these posts. Let's see, Shotbeam. Unlikely theory of them all. Birdly becomes a party member. I feel like that actually is kind of unlikely too, but we could still go off of like classmates get darker world forms, but don't know if we'll actually get that or not. Will Birdly become a party member? I think that would be cool. I want Birdly to be a party member. I think he deserves to be a party member. That being said, let's see. Birdly as a party member. We gotta have some possible impossibles in here, definitely. We'll talk about that a bit later. Let's see. Astro says Mike is the mystery Eggman. I feel like that's a bit of a stretch, though, because I feel like the two are entirely different characters. Like, I feel like Mike and the Eggman are entirely different characters. My personal opinion, Mike is their own dude. They kind of do their own thing, whatever. Could be like a Clippy ripoff or some variation of that. But the Eggman is this world's, or Deltarune's world's version of Gaster. And then Gaster from Undertale either is in communication or isn't in communication with this Gaster, or they're like fighting against each other or something like that. But I'm pretty sure the Eggman is this world's version of Gaster, and Undertale's version of Gaster is getting us into Deltarune. That's what I think. Okay, on to Rio's post comments. Rio is also in chat right now, or was in chat at least. The Light World saves will be removed. We get a third twin ribbon. Okay, on the Light World saves being removed, they were only added into Chapter 4 because of a convenience feature. Like, those are purely convenience to be there. They aren't exactly supposed to be there, but they're there for our convenience. Which this does make sense in Chapter 4 because of how much content there is. Now, is there going to be a lore reason behind it? No idea. Let's see. We get a third twin ribbon. That'd be really fun if we get a third one, and then it gets even worse or something like that. Let's see. We understand the one part of the prophecy, which that'd be cool if we actually get to see the ending of it. My comment, finally. Yeah, after so long, I finally got to it. We open up the bunker. Don't enter though. That would be very fun. I think we enter the bunker at the end of the chapter, and that's it. We gotta wait until chapter 6. Let's see. We get new Castletown recipes. I've already got that one down as like. Let's see, new fusion items. Because that kind of works with the crafting recipe thing. What am I getting messages from? Hold on. Let's get messages from something. Okay, I was just reading something someone sent to me for a moment. It said nothing. It said something, but I don't want to say it. It's not bad or anything, it's just funny. But no, whatever. Where was I? Whoa. Let's see. New Castletown recipes, already mentioned that. Please, Party Dojo actually works, please. That'd be cool if like the Party Dojo was a lot better. New minigames. Entirely depends on what kind of minigames we get, I think. We keep the climate clause. We already got that one in. The knight appears again. I mean, the knight's probably going to appear anyway. Egg room in chapter 4 is weird, or chapter 5 is weird, like how it is in chapter 3. I think actually the chapter 3 and 4 egg rooms are probably the most interesting of them all so far. Because, or at least chapter 3 is the most difficult because it's like trying to do some super obscure Easter egg thing. At least in chapter 4, it was kind of like in your face because you have to go to the windows and then you find the specific window that has an egg on top of it, and then you can go in there and then you can find the egg room area. Like, at least chapter 4 wasn't too difficult. So I feel like chapter 5 will be similar to chapter 4 in terms of difficulty and obscurity. Not like chapter 1 and 2 where you have to go, where you have to like swap between going in and out of a room all the time, and then you end up in the back rooms for a little bit. No, I'm pretty sure we're going to get something like chapter 4 where we just need to find an area and then it just off the beaten path enough that we get something. Robert's post. Rousey gets a new secret boss weapon. Actually, can you show the predictions so far, says Rio? Yeah, I'll show those up in a moment. But on the idea of Rousey getting a secret item, because technically, let's see, chapter 1 and 2 kind of had all-purpose items, even though like Rousey can get the puppet scarf, or Susie can get the devil's tail, or not the devil's tail, the devil's knife as exclusive items. When it's starting in chapter 3. It starts to become very specific items, where, like, if you defeat the knight, you can get the black knight or the black shard as a weapon specifically for Chris, and then in chapter 4, you can get the justice hammer, which is an item specifically for Susie. So the idea is that we'll finally get an item specific to Ralsei. That actually is like a really good idea, though. I don't know where to put that though. Like, I'm not sure where to quite put that in. We could try to like scale back some of these. Like, Like, if you think that some of these options aren't good, we can try to scale them down or replace them, move them over to the impossible area. Isn't Susie's healing already true? You know what? You got a point there. It is kind of true already. Like, it's kind of a guarantee that it will get stronger. Or will it? Like, how much stronger? Like, how much stronger are we talking about? Are we talking about like 200 health? Be neat. Brian says, hey, first time catching the stream. Oh, sick. So to kind of catch you up on what's going on, we're trying to figure out like different predictions on what will probably be going on in Chapter 5. These are a bunch of things that we think will probably happen, and then I also have an impossible card for stuff that will definitely not happen. We're working on this one at the moment, and trying to like either figure out what works and what. Are you using the hotkeys for the 10 avatar? You're extremely good at puppeting it. Oh yes, I've been working on this a lot. If you want to check out my I got a couple streams where I work on the Tenna avatar, and I've got plans for that like either later this week. I have like a Roaring Night one that I'm working on. But yeah, I use different hotkeys. I have a mouse. It has 12 different buttons on it. Oh wait, let me see. Can I like pull out the code? Worm. That's the code. That's the code. I have a lot of working parts. But yeah, I have a mouse that has 12 different buttons, and I have different key combos to work on. It's really cool. Oh god, the frames went down. Yeah. Looks like an average VRC flowchart, lol. It is a large flowchart. I won't go too much into detail because I'd probably be here for like an extra 30 minutes. But if you want to check out one of my streams when I'm working on the Tenna avatar, I can talk about it there. I'm planning on also making a video showcasing the stuff I've worked on. I have a showcase video already, but like I've worked on this a bit more, and I have a lot more features on it too that I can add on to that video. So I want to make it like an updated video at some point. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Brian? I don't know how to properly say your name, sorry. I'm extremely good at puppeting it, lol. I am really good at it too. Funny enough, I'm watching this on stream while I code a Deltarune mod. Coding buddies. It be Ryan. Oh, okay. It be Ryan. All right. I was like reading Brian, and I'm like, that's not quite right? Okay. I'll just call you Ryan for short. Okay. On what Astro was talking about with Susie's healing increasing anyways by default. We could probably like change that with something else. Like, it's not. It is kind of a guarantee. I'm kind of on that. Yeah. Ralsei gets a secret boss weapon. We could actually put that one in instead. Let's see. Where is? Yeah, Susie's healing. Well, we can change that out where Ralsei gets his own secret item. See if I can scale that back a little bit. His own secret item. Probably need to scale that back a little bit. There we go. Ralsei gets his own secret item. Change that out. All right. Ralsei confesses his love for Tenna, and they have an excessive makeout scene. We're gonna get stuck on these excessive makeout scenes. And that's because Toby has introduced the fact to us that there are excessive makeout scenes. And that terrifies us greatly. Let's see. What if Ralsei unlocks his fire magic in the fight? I don't know if I could probably put that in here. Or, like, if Ralsei starts to get, like, fighting magic instead of just healing. Oh, actually, that would be interesting. Like, if Ralsei is able to get damaging magic, whereas, like, Susie was able to get healing magic in Chapter 4 and have it, like, work exceptionally well. What if Ralsei gets his own bit of magic, damaging magic, perhaps? Hurting people magic. Ralsei can use fire magic, though. Technically, yes, in, like, one of the acts where, like, Ralsei can, like, light up an area with fire, so Ralsei can use fire magic. It's more of, like, have it as, like, an actual ability that he can use. It heals in reverse! Reverse. It uses reverse curse technique. I mean, Ralsei can float. He can do, though. So basically, he can use fire magic. It's more of an idea that Ralsei gets... Actually, I might put that in here. Not really. It's not really impossible. It's just kind of like maybe unlikely. Ralsei gets a damage spell. I'm gonna put that in the impossible for the moment. I might move it. Over to the regular chance, the regular board, entirely depending on what we end up with. Let's see. Okay, going back to Robert's post. Pretty basic idea, pretty safe bet. So, okay, that's a good idea though. There will be a red flower darkener. I don't exactly see how we can get a red flower darkener. Like, we don't actually have... Ooh. Unless, instead of, like, one of the normal soul colors that we usually get, like, we've never had a precedent of a red flower, but we could get one in the form of, like, that's supposed to represent the red soul. As, like, maybe even... Not exactly as, like, a secret boss, but just as, like, someone else. Because, technically, in the flower shop, and we're going off of all the flowers being darkeners here, that there is one flower that's a golden flower that could be swapped out for a red flower to represent the determination soul. All the other souls represent the different soul types too. So it'd be neat if there was a red one, but not sure if that would happen though. Like, I actually feel like I could probably put that on here as, like, an impossible, though. Let's see. A red flower. I don't think we've ever seen a red flower, though. Some of those might be changed out. Let's see. Oh, that's funny. He actually talks about stuff. Let's see. With 6 flowers in the Azrael's Core Lane with the 6 or 7 human souls from Undertale, it's a little suspicious that the red is out of sight. Perhaps they can lead a red flower boss for the secretive and reveal more about the red soul and what happens. I think it's funny that I even, like, talked about this without, like, reading that part. That's funny. But yeah, I'm actually gonna put the red flower. I like the idea though. Like, it'd be interesting if we could, like, actually see something about it and explain more about the red soul. Let's see. Multiple dark worlds. Not much of a basis on this, but would be fun to have. Like, if there were two chapters on this, we'll get, like, more minor locations, like, out of the way before the endgame, like Pizza E's Pizza. That actually, that might kind of promote, like, having to go between dark worlds. Like, I had an idea of pretty much requiring the player to go between Dark Worlds and the Light World. like we go into the flower shop, and then in order to do something, we need to go all the way back into the light world in order to get something, and then go back in the dark world in order to do something else. Basically, the open world idea that I kind of have, or let's see. Had it up here as Chapter 5 is an open world, which that'd be interesting if you could have multiple dark worlds that you could explore. I'm just going to put that under the open world idea. Forgotten Man face reveal. Considering the hints that we've gotten so far about the Forgotten Man, it wouldn't surprise me if we got his face in the chapter. Kind of interesting. I don't know if we'll actually get like a face reveal. At the very least, I could see like getting more information on him. But don't know if we'll get a face reveal. Okay, I'm actually going to put that on. You have a lot of good ideas. Like, you have a lot of good ideas. Let's see. Eggman face reveal. I'm going to put that on there. And I just remembered that I forgot to spell reveal on one of these. Where is it? Papyrus reveal. There it is. Where is papyrus? There it is. Reveal. There we go. Spelled that right. Okay.
You know you should do a face reveal? Dean.
No. I'm not going to do a face reveal for some time. Kevin says remove the Frisk one. Do you think that one's just going to be, like, too unlikely? Because if it's too unlikely, we could just put Frisk cameo. Let's see. Copy and then trash it, and then move that over to the Impossible Frisk cameo. There we go. Eggman creates a robotic Chris to fight regular Chris. That would be very funny if there was any precedence for robotics. I know it's supposed to be like Eggman robotic joke. That would be very funny, but probably no. Would be funny though. Or okay, on that idea, what if the Eggman got access to the vessel, and the vessel fights against Chris, and then that would work. Actually, forgot to put on here. It's vessel or vessel? That's vessel. Vessel returns. I'm gonna put vessel returns over here. We haven't gotten anything on it yet. It'd be weird if we didn't get anything. I could probably put that on the normal one if people are thinking about it. Yeah, remove Frisk cameo. 9 out of 10 sure Chris is just Frisk with Kara personality because Frisk grown in a depressed teen. Yeah, but if that's the case, they should have the same name, right? Unless Chris's real name is Frisk, and for whatever reason Chris was just referred to it's Vasil. Damn, I can never spell it right. Vasil. No, wait, is it? Holt Gabriel's gonna head out. Alright. Alright, see you, Holt Gabriel. You have a good day. Bye. If you want to get rid of the egg from board 1 because it's too obvious, you already know plenty of my ideas on the board. Yeah, but just kind of for kind of filling it up a bit, I just kind of put the egg there. I did the same with the moss and the Starwalker. The idea is like while we're playing, we get like some easy reveals that could happen. That could at least like, oh guys, we got the moss thing. We can now put the moss board checked out. Whoopee. That's like the idea behind it. Power got parried. Yeah, plus terminal velocity. Okay, back to this. Friend inside me reference. I already put that up on the board. Any reference to Woody theory or Woody is acceptable here. Oh, won't be able to fuse the shadow crystals this chapter. To milk the shadow crystal quest a little bit longer, the actual act of fusing the crystals won't be until chapter 6. I would frankly hate if that was what would happen, but it's also likely that it could just be that we'll never get it. It would suck a lot. I would really like if we actually get the answers to the shadow crystal, because we have a limit of 5 crystals. We need 5 crystals. We're at the 5th chapter. Surely we get more info on the 5th crystal. Let's see. I am anything man, says Birdley heckin' dies for real this time. Well, I don't think anyone will die, per se. Everyone just goes in a coma. At least that's what I think, but whatever. Excuse me. Kevin says, or at least it takes a day to make the crystal. Oh, gosh. Hey, hello, I'm Sean. I'm the guy and the shopkeeper guy. If you give me 5 crystals, I'll give you a cool item that you'll find pretty cool. Ah, it seems you've acquired 5 shadow crystals. That's incredible. Extraordinary efforts. Unfortunately, it'll take me a full day in order to fuse the crystals into something that you might find very interesting. So, come back tomorrow. 1 year then passes. 2 years then pass. 3 years then pass. 5 years then pass. And then we get it. Astro says Deslore in game. You know what? I'll put that. I'll kind of put that here. Where? Okay. Let's see. Deslore. We'll get more. Oh, accidentally broke that. Okay, Deslore. I accidentally moved him around. Okay, we got Deslore, and I moved Chapter 5 is a dark world over here because I'm really bad at this. Oh well. Me waiting for my comment under the post to finally be seen. I wrote it first, but for some reason it's now last. That's because I have it on like newest, because YouTube has a really bad habit of hiding comments if they're on the top. For some, like if it's on the top setting. So I have them on newest, so the newest get hit first, and then it goes from like first to last pretty much, or last to first. Let's see, Rouse gets his own theme. That'd be cool. I don't know if we'd actually get that though, but like that'd be cool if Rouse did get his own theme. Fun fact, Snowgrave is Lancer's fault. What do you mean by that? By the way, I appreciate that you liked a good number of my ideas, says Robert. Oh, it's because they're actually like really good, well thought out calls. Like honestly, the ideas for that are like really well thought out. I appreciate well thought out conversations. Like it is actually really good. Okay. I would like to talk about that more, but I've got more stuff to talk about. Swedish Monkey says, "Inside me appear." I said inside me instead of friend inside me. That's funny. Friend inside me reference or another reference. I already got that on, so don't need to add that more. Taz's posts. There's a bunch of bunch. Oh gosh, you made more edits. Oh gosh. All right, there's gonna be a lot to read on this one. On thoughts are limited to Chapter 5. Dark World will be in Asgore's flower shop. Alright, Azrael will appear in Chapter 5. Might be delusional, but I think we mentioned somewhere, and Azrael comes back from college in a few days, and his homecoming should happen in Chapter 5. Probably at the end, we'll have more cliffhangers for Chapter 6. We've already actually discussed this a bit, where I feel like Azrael will come back during the festival, because it's technically Sunday, and it's been said that Azrael will appear next week, and it has been the previous week for a few days now, and it is now next week. Because Chapter 5 takes place on Sunday, which is next week. So I feel like we'll finally get to see Azrael. Unless, you know, we don't. And then we get him in, like, Chapter 6 for something, which would suck. Okay. This part was... Okay, that part was deleted, probably moved. We won't find out who the Rory Knight is. Kind of likely. I feel like it'd be too early a reveal if we got like who the Roaring Knight was in the chapter right after they got introduced. It'd be cool if they like kept that a mystery for just a little bit longer. Let's see. Noelle confession to Susie seen at the festival? Probably, and then Susie will have it go right over her head. Like, it'll probably be at the Ferris wheel scene. Like, we had a thing here. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Ferris wheel scene in chapter 2, or Ferris wheel scene 2 follow up. So we'll just have like a second version of the scene, and then Noelle tries to confess to Susie, but then Susie is like, "What? What are you doing? You're so weird." And Noelle's like, "Oh, but I love you, Hughie. I love you. Blah 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 blah." It'd be fun if like everything goes right over Susie's head, because that would be in character. About bingo cards, can you count mine 4 predictions or blah 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 blah? I think I missed out on this. I didn't see it, or the edit. But yeah, for this I had like multiple predictions in one comic, because it's just a bunch of predictions, and we get to talk about more about stuff. Let's see, another water cooler fight. I would hate that so much. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. In the festival, there will be a water cooler, but it's gonna be the Light World water cooler, in that it won't fight us. But as soon as we interact with it, we get some kind of like PTSD flashback event. Or no, even funnier, we do fight it, but then it turns out that Chris just blacked out trying to when they looked at the water cooler, and it dreamt that they had a fight with it. That actually would be really funny. I'll catch up with live comments in a moment. No 4th Sanctuary OST. Yeah, that's kind of a guarantee. I don't think we'll go back to the church, so there's no reason for a 4th Sanctuary. Unless we get like a remix of some type. Like, that would be the only case. But the Impossible Card, Friend Inside Me reference, no, I feel like it's just going to be a kind of a given. Chris will lose an arm, or more specifically a hand, because that goes off of a lot of comments in the game. When you interact with it, it just has the bubble text box. Bubble. that actually would be fun. That'd be like good. Ooh, okay, this isn't like impossible, but I'm gonna put on here water cooler cameo. I'm gonna put that on here just for funnies. Kevin says, I think if we do see a 4th Sanctuary, it would be one in the bunker. Maybe, but like, I feel like the Sanctuary songs only really work when you're like, when you're learning about the prophecies, which makes sense because we're in the church learning about the prophecies, so that's where the Sanctuary songs are used for. If we go to the bunker, we would have some kind of rendition of Gaster's theme, which actually, fun fact, when it comes to like a lot of the Dark World themes that have Gaster's theme in them, like kind of like very subtly laced in, it's somewhat understood, or at least in my opinion, that oh wait, the grand cooler, the cooler. That's actually a funnier idea. Freedom motif is Gaster's theme. Yes, but no, but like, I mean, like, there's some songs that straight up just have Gaster's theme in it, like the do 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 thing. But it's more that it's like the theme of the Dark Worlds. So I think whenever we go into the bunker, we'll have a rendition of the do 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 thing. But it's going to still be more connected to Dark Worlds and not connected to Gaster himself. Like, Gaster could use the Dark World theme and just have it as his like actual theme or something. That being said, Freedom Motif has Gaster's theme. I know the Freedom Motif has like some connections to him. I'm not a music guy, so you probably need to go talk to that one guy that does the music stuff. I forgot. Somehow forgot what his name was. Andrew Cunningham. That was his name. He was the guy that popularized that idea. So probably have to converse with him on that. I just need to get like back in on what. I'm gonna get back to reading this. For the let's see, for the Impossible Card, we get new faceless character. Not, oh, this character is just a cube with no face. No, or oh, it doesn't have a head, so it doesn't have a face. No, like an actual human character that doesn't have a face. And instead of a face, they have a hole. And I'm calling them Minos Prime. Maybe the Forgotten Man review. That actually okay. It was kind of a joke for a bit, but having it as like a way to reveal the Forgotten Man as someone like a human without a face, that actually would be kind of neat as like a actual face reveal. Okay, I had a comment here that was just kind of specifying stuff. It's not really an important comment. Oh, we only got 2 more comments here. Hat Splash says Papyrus Knight. Always bet on Papyrus Knight. Always bet on it. Always bet on it. It's always gonna work. It's let's see. Actually, no. I already have Roaring Night is not a holiday, which could imply that it could just become. Oh, get that back there. It could just become like Papyrus or something. Or I hope Jebel at least gets mentioned, says Koto. That would be cool. I wish Jebel got more mentions. Alright, that is all of the posts. That was a lot of posts. Thank you very much for everyone who submitted their posts. It's all very much appreciated. Now, for the next 30 minutes to an hour, I'm not entirely sure how long I'll be doing this, we're going to try and see if we can actually finish up the board. So far, off of the comments that I got from the live stream, as well as comments that I got from the board itself, we've got Deathlore, Egg, classmates get Dark World forms, colored flowers become darkeners, excessive makeout scene, friend inside me quote, Azul returns, Papyrus reveal, a second Ferris wheel scene, chapter 5 being an open world, we can date Bertley, some more Mike lore of some type, Asgore main role, as in like he's just a main character for a bit, or okay, I'm gonna kind of reword that one. I don't know about like main role, but like but I'm just gonna put Asgore lore, maybe just Asgore lore. No, Asgore important. I don't know as like a main character or like a main person, but just important, just in general important. A friend cameo. I feel like that's kind of likely, but it'll be kind of neat to see. We enter the bunker. Could be at the end, beginning, or middle of the game, or chapter. Let's see. We get to keep the climbing claws. That seems to be a consistent one that a bunch of people are kind of wondering about. New fusion items. Moss. It will show up, but it's just kind of like a funny one to have on there. Annoying dog as well as kind of a guarantee, but it kind of be neat to find. Buffed twin ribbons, which could be in the form of you combine multiple twin ribbons into one. One sec. Where did it go? No. Where'd it go? Out there. So I'm trying to readjust that. There we go. Starwalker. We'll get the original Starwalker as a cameo. We can craft the pure crystal true secret boss, as in like a secret boss that isn't hinted at or isn't an actual character, or isn't it like more Jebel and Eram and less Spamton and Garrison. That's kind of the idea of a true secret boss. The roaring starts, as in like the actual roaring event starts, and Rousey gets his own secret item, just to see if like, he gets his own things. So that is the basic board. We can try to work on some impossible stuff, and frankly, we can kind of go ham on this if we want. You get like a tri-ribbon instead of a twin ribbon. Triple ribbon. So far in the impossible category, these are ones that are most likely not going to happen, but would be really funny if they did happen. So, a Frisk cameo, Eggman face reveal, the vessel returns, Chris stabs someone or something, Roaring Night is not a holiday, water cooler cameo, Asgore isn't important. I think that's funny. It ended up being like Asgore important or isn't important. A second Tenna, a red flower, Rousey gets a damaging spell, Birdley as a party member. That's what we got so far. All right, I'm gonna try to catch up with chat because I've been kind of talking about stuff for a bit. Let's see. Taz says the OST of cutting trees to make a about for the so you get haunted by green slime that get hit by the said guide. What is? That's very silly. Rory Knight face reveal instead of Rory Knight. Be fun if we get like a Togor or a Rory Knight reference of some type. Hold on. What is? I just kind of had a thought. Togor mention. What if we had like Togor actually mentioned at some point? I feel like Togor would actually get more like higher likely. Hey, do you know what we would have called you, Chris? Otherwise, what we would have called you? Togor. Anyways, we went for Tori's idea and went for Chris instead. And that's the lore. Ferris wheel confession with excessive makeout. Robert says Azriel's too busy dating people like college to show up at home. Who's to say that? Like, he's supposed to be coming back this week. And it's Sunday, so it's this week, so here we go. It depends on what type of calendar you're using. Some say it's Sunday, others say it's the start of the week. Says Ultiman. Oh, also, I didn't greet you when you came in. Thank you for joining on Ultiman. Is it Utah, man? Maybe. But thank you for joining in. We're trying to do it. Sorry I didn't like announce that you were here. Sorry. Anyways, on what was said about the calendar day, we only know what day of the week it is, specifically because of the Chapter 3 Eggman encounter, where whenever we interact with him, he basically gives us a schedule where he says every single day of the week. And I can actually pull it up if I can find it. 1 second. I have a recording. I can just pull it up just so we can like all look at the reference at the same time. You know, if I can find it. But basically he gives out his schedule on what exactly he's going to be doing, and every time that he talks about his schedule, he let's see, where is he basically refers to each day by name, and each day refers to different areas that you can find him. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Let's see. That's my files. Let's see, we go into the Eggman room. Just make that a bit bigger so we can actually read it. Willis Change Society was developed, blah, 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 blah. Do you want to see it again? Oh, joy, blah, blah. Although you may lose it. Oh, wait, no. Okay, here we go. Did you want to meet me again? Yes. Oh, joy. I'll tell you my schedule. Listen carefully. On Thursday, I go sell the donuts. This is referring to in Chapter 1, where you find the Eggman secret room after the donut selling area. On Friday, I toss the leftovers in the dumpster. This is referring to in Chapter 2, where you end up finding the Eggman, or the egg room right next to a dumpster in Chapter 2. On Saturday, I let it cool on the windowsill. This is referring to in Chapter 4, when you actually do find the egg room next to the window, or next to like a bunch of windows. And then on Sunday, I harvest the wheat. So this is basically saying a very clear layout of what day of the week everything is. So Chapter 4 takes place on Saturday. Chapter 1 takes place on Thursday. Chapter 2, Friday. Chapter 3 and 4, or I guess technically Chapter 3 takes place on the night of Friday, and Chapter 4 takes place on the day of Saturday. But and then on Sunday, harvest the wheat, referring to Chapter 5 that hasn't happened yet. So that is just some information on how we know what calendar day everything is. Hold your breath, head to the left, and count backwards to 100. Did you remember to write that down? Yes, I've written it down. So that's just some information on that to clear up how we know the schedule. Ultimate referring to if we interact with the water cooler in the light world, it just says, but nothing happened, which is the Undertale thing. It'd be funny if it just says, but nothing happens. But I think it would be funnier. It was like another suggestion, like it just says, babal. Like, I thought it would be really funny if we interact with the water cooler in the light world and we fight it, but it turns out that when we do fight it, it was actually all a dream, it turns out. And then we wake up after Susie, like, throws some water on us or something. The water coolerist. Let's see. I suggest if the next chapter reveals the next fountain will be made in non-enclosed spaces, like in open air, gonna have to rewrite like 80% of my codes. Yikes. I feel like we're gonna keep the dark worlds in like closed areas until the roaring happens, and then we'll actually finally get them in reality or something. Andrew Cunningham or Chris's Roomba? Chris, do Roombas exist in this world? That's a good question, Robert. Trying to send a comment and it isn't going through. So that's true. It's probably because YouTube's filtering it out, and I don't know what its filter is. It's one of those arbitrary filters that don't really work, but they do. Anyways, Ultimate stance on fountains in open area is that one won't do anything at least for like a couple years. It's too little darkness against a hecking sun. However, the roaring is when multiple exist, or unless it's happening at night. That's actually a good point, though. If like a dark fountain is created in an open area in daytime, will it just do nothing? Because there's just too much light for the darkness to take hold. In that case, you should try to do it only at night instead, where there is more darkness, or at least less light, at least. What if we made more and just overpowers the sun's light instead? Ooh, maybe. Okay, there's been a couple more comments since I've been starting. Let me see if I can catch up a bit. Creature of determination, my gratitude for finding me once again, but the crimes against the prophecy cannot be forgotten, and my punishment is a water cooler fight! God damn it. That was from Taz. Aslore. Aslore instead of Asgore important. Aslore. I'll still keep Asgore important, just because that kind of shows stuff. W wordplay. Robert says, didn't we technically already get Mike lore due to the news about like letter teasing a scene from chapter 5? Technically, yeah. You know what? I'm going to put on here more Mike lore. Where is it? There you are. More Mike lore, because we already know, yeah, you're right. We already know about the like the newsletter interaction, so we'll technically get the Mike lore anyway, so it'd be a cool reveal. But what if we didn't know about the newsletter and then we just found that out? But I'll just put more Mike lore in order to kind of specify. Ultimate says, yeah, but that's outside the game. Yeah, it's still like a spoiler, just so we know that there is going to be something, but it'd be interesting if there was more to it. Funny's back. Hey, Funny. Rousey gets his own secret boss? I says that's true. No, I don't think I like secret boss specifically, but secret item is, I think, a bit more likely. Asgore canonically went from Asglaw to Aslore, technically. Asglaw, Aslore. Wordplay's funny. Ultimate says Asgore will run over the holidays. I don't think that'll happen. Whoa, geez, what? I was like reading through my comment things, and then it decided to like burst to give me like 50 comments. Not really 50, but okay, add a wing. Let's see, add a Gaster Wingdings, or Gaster does a breakable cameo. Not entirely sure what you're talking about, original. Okay, how about this? I'll put like Gaster. What do I want? Like Gaster. I don't want to say reveal, because I'm even for, like, revealing Gaster, I don't think that's just going to happen. I'm just going to say, like, cameo. Like, Gaster just appears as, like, a quick cameo. Kind of like what happens at the end of Chapter 4 or during the Roaring Knight fight in Chapter 3. I'll put that on here. Chris goes to hell and has to P-rank fraud. Well, I've already done that. All Chris needs to do is bring me with them. And we can beat fraud together! Let's see. Ryan says in the weird route, the water cooler is just empty. That'd actually be a cool bit of, like, subtle foreshadowing or atmosphere if, like, the water cooler that's in Light World is just empty. That'd be funny. Person Human's here. Hey, person, welcome back. Anyways, hi guys, what are we doing? Haven't been paying attention. We're trying to work on these bingo cards. At the moment, here's what we got for, like, basic bingo card stuff. All of that is just the basics. And then if we swap over here, this is the impossible card. We're trying to work on this at the moment. Basically things that will definitely not happen, but would be funny if they did. That's the idea of the impossible card. So we're kind of working on that for the moment. EP Nocturnes, here's this. Wait, is Chapter 5 soon, or is it estimated, I guess? Estimation, Chapter 5 will release in approximately 1 to 2 months. This is based on some heavy assumptions. That being said, I still thought it would be kind of interesting to make some content just talking about prediction stuff, so we get, like, an idea of what everyone's thinking. That was the idea behind making this bingo card post. Excuse me. Gaster does a breakdance. I got auto-corrected props. Oh, okay. That'd be funny if he does a dance thing, but that would imply that we get a Gaster face reveal, which would imply that we get a Gaster reveal, which would not happen. Even in our wildest dreams, I don't think we'll get a Gaster reveal. Let's see. What if during the... let's see. Gaster breaking it down. Let's see. What if during the roaring, all the water coolers are overflowing with water and darkness already has a bajillion references to water? Could be cool detail. Ooh, actually, that would be a cool addition. I was reading that at first and I was like, huh, that's a funny joke. And then I read it closer. It's like, oh, actually, that'd be kind of a neat detail if the water coolers, or at least, like, water in general, had, like, some, like, effect. Hey, did you talk about ERAM already? In what reference, funny? I've only talked about ERAM in the reference of, like, us getting a true secret boss of some kind in like a Jebel or ERAM style. Not that ERAM will come back. I don't personally think that ERAM will come back, because I think ERAM has spent their time here and it doesn't need to come back, unless we get more ERAM lore in the form of Sham talking about the Shadow Mantle and how the Shadow Mantle got taken in the first place. But if that was the case, we would have gotten more information in Chapter 4 when we got the Shadow Mantle in any way and we got to talk with Sham. We didn't get any more information on that, unfortunately. Let's see. Gaster dinging his last wing. Let's see. Gaster orders Uber Eats in Chapter 5. Yeah, good news, everybody. Uber has just upgraded to interdimensional travel. You can now order food from anywhere in the universe, including across dimensions. Let's see. What if there's a second clash with the Knight, and I'm going off of the prophecy panel where it specifically says strife by strife. That actually would be interesting if, like, the prophecy panel that we're talking about us fighting the Knight didn't actually refer to the fight that we immediately had right afterwards, but actually was referring to a fight that we'd have later on. That would be interesting. Actually, on that, let me see if I can pull that up. On the talk about the prophecy. Give me a second. I was looking over, like, a lot of prophecy, when I was going over my recent gameplay, trying to get, like, my Chapter 4 gameplay up and running. Where is it? Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah. I was reading the. I also need to make a video on the prophecy because I have like a lot of thoughts on this. So this is one of the prophecy panels. But lo, on hopes and dreams they send 3 heroes at the world's end. I was reading this and I just had a thought. Who's the they in this aspect? Like, who is the they in here? On hopes and dreams they send 3 heroes at the world's end. Who is the they? Is it like a group of people? Is it a singular person? Singular gender neutral person? Who sends them? EP says Gaster could send them. Perhaps the Earth itself could send them? Okay, I kind of like that interpretation. Maybe the prophecy itself? IDK. If it was saying, actually, on that, if it was the prophecy sending them, I feel like it would say we send instead. Like, below on hopes and dreams we send 3 heroes at the world's end, which is kind of a more general thing, but it specifically says they, referring to someone outside of the prophecy. Oh, Sonic Racer's here. Hey, Sonic. Wayne Gaster, the royal scientist. Yeah, you got Gerson is the knight. Also, how are you guys? Says Sonic. I'm doing pretty good today. Going on for about 3 hours now, which is neat. What if Susie finds out about the soul? Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I just remembered. I should probably put some information on the soul on here, since I don't have a lot of room on here at the moment. So I might see if I can put on soul lore. Actually, no. I feel like we'll get more soul lore actually. So let's see. Is there any way that I can squeeze this in? Okay, controversial take. I don't know if we'll do this or not, or we might see. I'm gonna combine moss and the egg together. I'm gonna combine the two together. Just so we can have more room. I'm also gonna put those two in here. So just so we can have a little bit more room, the egg, moss, and Starwalker are gonna kind of get condensed into one little thing. So the only way that one gets maxed out is if like we get everyone. So that way we'll have a bit more room, and we can put on here human soul lore. There we go. Now we can actually have something a bit more. Star Moss Egg Walker. That's funny. The forbidden snack, moss egg. Robert sent something in Wingdings and I cannot read that. I need to catch him up on Wingdings. There was at one point I could like almost figure it out, but then I just like stopped figuring it out. Oh well. Maybe could hint at the soul possibly being the angel. That'd be weird. Okay. Okay, what about general question? Angel. Let's see. Do we want angel lore or angel reveal? Like we could say like an angel reveal in this aspect could be if we are revealed to be the angel, then that would kind of work. So we could have like angel reveal as either like us being the angel or something or someone else being the angel of some kind. Maybe could hint at the soul possibly being the... already read that. These avians are giving me an extreme amount of anger I must showcase. I am the unoriginal Star Moss Egg Walker. He is the original Unmoss Star Egg Walker. Or the unoriginal. Maybe related, maybe relabel Star Moss as Starwalker as ongoing Easter eggs. Issue with that is that it doesn't really like. Okay, since these are basically pretty much just going to be like canonical things, what if, just for a bit, what if we move like Eggmoss Starwalker, this conglomeration, into the middle, because these are going to be kind of guaranteed anyway. And then we have Asgore Important over there. And also, just to kind of be similar, let's see, where is the Frisk one? I have Frisk as a cameo. Where is the layer? Is this? Yeah, this is it. Frisk cameos over there. I'm going to move Roaring Night is Not a Holiday in the middle. Okay, there we go. So this one's kind of like supposed to be a free space. It's like kind of a given. As for like relabeling it as like ongoing Easter eggs, it doesn't. That doesn't really talk about what the Easter eggs are. So just for like simplicity's sake, I kind of simplified it down to Eggmoss Starwalker just to make it a bit more simple. Angel? Huh, you know who else is an angel? The Archangel, Uriel, from the same story as Archangels mentioned on that painting in Fraud. Wait, was Uriel on there? I can't remember. I might need to go back and check. Just need to open up Ultra real quick and check that out. I need to double check that. Let's see. What other impossible stuff could there be? I want to try to see if we can actually fill this one out. Uriel is the scratched out painting, I think, says Ultiman. Did you see Kara Canon Impossible? I'm gonna actually, okay, on Kara and Frisk, I'm gonna actually put, where is it? Gonna name that so I can find it easier. Oh, that's not even a word. That's not even a word thing. Okay. Where is this at? Okay. I need to edit something. 1 second. Let's see. Frisk and or Kara cameo. There we go. Kind of condensing both of them into the same area. Impossible prediction, Aslor tries to kill Noelle in an attempt to keep Rudy alive, as boss monsters can't die if they don't have kids. Okay, that implies that Rudy is a boss monster. Actually, wait a second. Do boss monsters exist in this world? Because I mean, technically, Asgore could be considered a boss monster, or Asgore and Toriel could be a boss monster. But is like boss monsters a classification in Deltarune, or are they not? Because I don't think it's ever been established that that boss monsters are an actual thing in Deltarune. They are in Undertale, but in Deltarune they're not. So what if they're just like regular monsters, regular people, and they don't have the boss monster specification? Actually, kind of on that, what if that also applies to like, if they're not boss monsters, then they don't have the ability to think about or fuse with humans. This goes back to like the idea that I was trying to figure out if like humans had souls or some reason for the human monster war to not occur. What it, cause like, I know, like, one of the big accepted ideas is that the reason why the Human Monster War didn't happen is mainly because the monsters didn't have magic. But what if, because they didn't have magic, that they couldn't become boss monster souls, and therefore they couldn't be powerful enough to obtain human souls? But that still kind of leaves the question if humans have souls or not, or like which one works. Is it because that humans can't fuse, or humans can't have their souls fused with monsters? Is that why it never happened? Or was there some other reason? I need to make a video on it, basically. Dude, the human monster war didn't happen because Gaster created the realm and he's just wants a happy ending. Well, you say that, but we don't know if he actually created... well, actually, no, he says my Deltarune, so of course he created it. Or he had a part in making it, something like that. That being said, what causes the human monster war to not happen? Because this is technically taking place in an alternate reality where it didn't happen. But you can't just say that it didn't happen and then it doesn't happen. There has to be a reason for it to just straight up not happen. Which, the reason why it didn't happen is either monsters can't take human souls, and therefore humans don't have a reason to fear the monsters, and therefore, because of that, they don't do a war. That makes sense, right? So, what causes monsters to not be able to absorb human souls? The idea that I had earlier is if humans even have souls to begin with. Because that way, monsters can't confuse with something that doesn't exist. In this world, at least. And then that makes it really wacky that you, as the red human soul from the Undertale world, has been transported here against your will, or maybe with your will, or something like that. And now you wreak havoc. Something like that. This is still a video I want to make at some point, but it won't be for a couple months because I've got like too many other projects I need to do. As the Ultimate says, I think he's just possessive or obsessive over the experiments that he does. The realm exists on their own, but Deltarune is just Gaster's experiments on the world. I like the idea of Gaster's experiments, but that being said, I feel like it'd be better as an experiment if it was something that he was observing and trying to figure out what was going to happen. I really don't know what to think about with Gaster for like creating Deltarune. Like, in my mind, I kind of feel like Gaster is at least observing the events of Deltarune. I don't know if he like made it specifically. We just need more lore. That's what we need. We need more information. Wonder if the flowers have anything to do with the origins of the soul, says Lori. It would be interesting if the souls in the flower shop actually had something more going for it. Like, instead of just like, oh, look, it's like some colored flower characters. Yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah, that would be cool. Would it be cooler if it had lore? And then maybe we actually get some more lore about the souls. Or, ooh, I think the other thing that I think I heard from, like, one idea that somebody had, I can't remember who exactly suggested this, but that all of the flowers that get, if the flowers do all get turned into darkeners, they would take up the representation of what the soul is and kind of be like a reincarnation of the past humans. Not really actually the humans, nor even a reincarnation of them, but just kind of like a reinterpretation of what those humans could have been like. So not exactly the humans, not a reincarnation, but just kind of like a reinterpretation, so to say, of what those humans could have been. Which also would be kind of neat. What if Metaton appears? Okay, that implies that Metaton gets a body that must work. Or alternatively, if like Metaton actually comes out as a ghost, as if we can actually finally see Metaton instead of like not. That'd actually be kind of neat. Also, Spam to Neo most likely isn't an MS Paint drawing. Well, or at least something. Like, I don't know exactly if it is a MS Paint drawing. It could probably be either some drawing, something that was created by a Lightner. I say MS Paint drawing because it's kind of similar to what it would be. Let's see. Person Human says, It didn't happen because there's no point. People are more competent, so they don't fight wars over nothing, says person. True, I can see that. But, look, we're talking about humans here. If there is even a semblance of a threat to their existence, they will destroy it. We are humans. We know this for a fact. And there will always be that one person that starts the war. However, what if there just never was that fear to begin with? And that way, there's no reason for them to gather together to do that war in the first place. So, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out other ways that the Human Monster War probably could or could not have happened. Let's see, Original Golden says, we know Spamton's body is deep inside the hard drive or CPU of the computer, or like on an old file. Which could also be like an MS Paint drawing, which could just be some kind of PNG. Spamton's a spam bot as well. He isn't recognized by Tenna, meaning that he changed his body. Not quite. Spamton hasn't actually changed his body that much. It's just that it's undergone some kind of transformation. Spamton, what he was before he lost everything and after he lost everything, looks kind of similar. You can actually, let me see. I was going to see if I could just find, if I go onto my chapter 2 files and then find the Spamton interaction. I remember that there was, yeah, here. Let's see, is this like, okay, yeah. So there was this singular bit here where you can actually see Spamton for a moment. So you can actually see him advertising something normally. So that's actually what he looked like before. I think there was actually some other images of Spamton beforehand, and there's even some merchandise that shows what he looked like before the change. So he still looks as he does now before. It's just that he's undergone such a drastic change that's, at least to Tenna, unrecognizable. Is that some kind of rat? Some kind of creature? Hold on. Is that a rat? Is that a creature? I gotta dance it to it. I gotta dance it to it. It looks like he's punching super fast. The creature has been dealt with. Whoop. Look at him boogie. Hold on, where's Is that some kind of cancerous rodent? Spamton was most likely taller as well. He wears glasses that obscure his eyes. Also wearing the same suit from when he died. Oh yeah, on that, I think it is time to talk about that he was taller before. And is gotten shorter. As for why, people are saying that probably he fell into Queen's Mansion acid, which apparently just shrinks things, or it could possibly shrink things. And Spamton does have a line where he says that he's burning in acid or something like that, or like he's currently burning in acid or burning. Is Sand the secret boss? Okay, how about on that one? On that one as like a funny idea. We fight Sans. I'm gonna put that on the impossible. We fight Sans. Oh God, stop me, hit burns, guy. God, stop! No, help me! It burns. It burns. Help! Yeah, that line. Uga says, yeah, I think it's something about taking a ride on the Ferris wheel, or on the acid line, sorry, that shrinks things. That's why the houses are small. Yeah, that's kind of where the idea came from. Also, yeah, the burning acid lines. Oh, it burns. Could mean that he's going through hell. Yeah, but what if it's literal, as in he's going through acid or something? I just had an idea. Swampson has Joker's backstory. He just had one bad day that ruined it all. I'm not quite wrong, am I? Life on Lockdown just joined in. How can you tell which boxes mean what? I try to word them as best as I can to make them easier to understand, but basically we have a bunch of boxes here, and all of these are for the Chapter 5 bingo card that we're working on. I tried to word all of these so that they're like as accurate as can be, or at least like you can understand what they are by looking at them. If you don't understand it, you can ask to more clarification on them. But some of these are kind of like buffed twin ribbons. That could mean kind of anything. It could be like we get a buffed version of the twin ribbons, like a tri-ribbon, or like the stats get buffed or something like that. Actually, on that, better clarification. I might actually put better clarification on that one. So instead of buffed, just maybe say a better. Because that could let's see, a better. There we go. A better twin ribbons. So it could either be that we could craft it as a better one or elsewise. Let's see. Ryan says, you want to know how I got this nose, Chris? Yeah. Yeah, you get it. Virgil says if it was acid, he'd specify it. I feel like it did wait, wasn't there... He does say burning acid at one point. I specifically remember he's saying burning acid for one of his lines. I'm sure of it. I need to probably double check at some point, but I feel like it is. Oh, Sir Gumfrey's here. Oh, do we need the prediction command or something? No. It's just to kind of more easily pick out predictions. So, like, if you say, I have a prediction, and then you have your comments, then that more easily signifies to me that you have a prediction that you want in. That being said, I have not been going with that rule whatsoever, and I'm just kind of like Hail Marying this. Like, anyone that has an idea, they can just suggest it, and I'll either put it on here or elsewise. Right now we have like the main bingo card pretty much done with stuff. If anyone has like anything that they might want to add on, we could probably swap things out. We're trying to work on an impossible card that has like a bunch of stuff that will most definitely not happen, but it would be very funny if it did. That's kind of what we're working on. Lockdown says, oh yes, I do on the part, and thank you for answering. I just meant when you said the impossible box, how do we know someone tell which box means impossible or another one meant another? Not entirely sure if I understand that, but basically for each of these boxes, the idea is later on, whenever Chapter 5 does come out, I'll be streaming this for sure. Not as Tana, I'll actually probably be as my actual avatar. Like, I'll probably be like this guy, this frankly super bland looking paper guy, as opposed to the best showbiz on earth. Yeah, but like, I'll probably use my paper avatar for the stream. But otherwise, I'm probably gonna have that just for the stream. We got me doing stuff because I'm more dynamic. I've been working on this avatar for a bit, and I've been trying to see what I can do with it. Is Childs the Thing on Carpenter's The Thing? Not sure. Let's see. Let's see. How can someone tell which box means oh yeah, on how we can tell which one means impossible or not. I just had like a big ol' impossible text here. That was off screen. Sorry. That was what your question was, and because if I had it one out, it'd be like a little harder to read. So I had it one in, or like one zoom in, so we can actually like read this. But there will be a giant impossible text on here. Heck, I could even like put the impossible text like a little bit bigger. But that kind of covers up stuff. Let's see. change. Oh, no, I need to expand that out. Okay. Can I add in multiply? Is that a thing that I can do on here, or is that not an option? No, not an option. Maybe it is, and I can just try to... No, I'm pushing it too much. We'll just... I just have impossible here. We'll just leave it at that. I was trying to see if I can do some more. But yeah, that signifies which one, which box is what. Ultzman says, trying to P-rank Rod on Brutal right now on 8-3. Oh, it took me like 3 days to do 8-3, so have fun with that. And that was on Violence. Mettaton House Ghost shows up. Like, we actually get to see what they look. Okay, I'll put that one in. I'll put that one in. So we'll actually, let's see. Hapstablook. Hapstablook face reveal. I'll put a dash there just so I can scale it down a little bit more. Okay. Hapstablook face reveal. I personally don't think it'll happen, but we could probably put it on here as like a thing that could happen, but maybe impossible. Let's see. Sonic says, one time I saw an animation of Deltarune where it's just a concept intro, I think, for Chapter 5, where the knight murders Asgore. Honestly, kind of interesting, not gonna lie. I just felt like talking about it because it's since Chapter 5. We just open up the flower shop and we just see the knight in the light world. Probably not, though. I think technically the knight does have a light world form, and it's as one of the Lightners that is somewhere in the town. But that would be really funny if, like, the introduction is just the knight in the light world has stabbed Asgore right at the start. I guess it'd be Carol, but... The Roaring Lights. What's the best moment in Deltarune, says Sonic? Okay, this is my personal opinion on the best moment ever. It's the reveal that Ralsei knows things and Susie crashes out. Or maybe either that or, like, the soul lighting up, all of our heroes going down the hallway getting stabbed by tons of swords and everyone taking hits. That was a really cool moment. Now, on the fun department, you're long. You're large. I'm large. I'm back. I can't do like a proper long part. I don't have a feature for this avatar. Best moment is when you get to hug Ralsei, says Gold. Aw, yeah, it's cute. Aw. Oh, that's lovely, folks. Oh, the audience are crying tears of joy. You're long. You're... Oh, okay, really fun. This is a funny thing. Where? Okay, no, that's my... Give me back my laptop. There we go. Okay, back to me just for a moment. I added in a funny thing just for my paper avatar specifically. I'm long. I'm long. I have the I'm long as an on-demand sprite now. I smell doubt. This is just on my paper avatar. Alright, Tana, you can come back now. Whoop! Why Dean jump scare? Wait, I just kind of had that on my paper avatar now. That's really funny. Alright, we got an issue. Okay, I'm gonna take anything at this point. It's kind of what I was like, I think. I can't do anything. Dean FNAF jump scare. I need to still add in the Dean jumps to FNAF jump scares. That actually would be kind of silly. I made a jump scare drawing at some point. I don't exactly like how it looks, but it still would be funny if I just had it. All right. Camp out. All right. Taking random suggestions for what to fill in for the rest of the impossible. Literally nothing is off limits. I had a limitation at first, but I'm just gonna put remove all limitations. Your worst predictions. Asgore ran over Des. Asgore confesses. This is absolute worse. I'm gonna take a few and then like get like some ideas. Let's impossible. Susie's name is actually Susie, and Asgore attacks Noelle. Let's see. I'm gonna put on here. Let's see. Asgore ran over. Okay, no. Realistically, I don't actually think that Asgore ran over Des. I'm pretty sure Des has just went missing one day. And Asgore is also trying to prove things, right? So which means that he knows something that people don't, but he's trying to prove it to people. So I don't literally think that he ran over. I'm pretty sure. I think that's just the fan theory funny. So it would be funny, but no. Add Snowgrave Route gets abandoned. That would be cool, actually. Okay, I'll put that one in. Snowgrave Route can be abandoned. Okay, Snowgrave Route can be abandoned. There we go. That actually would be interesting if it was like that. Does that still fit? Okay, that does barely fit. All right, that works. Let's see. Asgore discovers Jevil, and they talk about shit would be nice. Or it would probably be more like Asgore talking with some Darkeners. It probably won't be specifically Jevil. Like we technically have Jevil in our pockets. Like there wouldn't be much of a way for Asgore to talk with them because they're in their pocket. For more meme reference, you could add more meme references. Okay, yeah, I'll do that one. Let's see. Let's see. Brain rot meme reference. Let's see. Example Among Us. Does that fit? Of course it doesn't. Among Us as example. That still doesn't fit. Jeez. Yeah, that works. All right, so some kind of Among Us stuff. Impossible size 2 fish in chapter 5. Okay, just because. Are you? What? No. What kind of timing is this? Let's see. All right, I'm gonna put that in there, I guess. Taz mentioned Impossible Size 2 catch in chapter 5, and then the song that play. Oh wait, no, this isn't the actual fishing song. The fishing song is a different one. I just think it was funny that like one of the secret level songs popped up when we was talking about it. Like, I had the wrong one. Let's go. It's 4S OST. Ah yes, it's the song colloquially known as the song that plays in 4S. Shoot, what was it called? It's like a really long name. The song that plays in the level colloquially known as 4S. That's the song. Okay, it's not the actual song that plays during the fish minigame, but it's kind of close, and I was just really laughing at that. Okay, I'll put size 2 fish in here for fun. Let's see, size 2 fish. Put size 2 fish there for the funnies. Size 3 fish? No, there's only a size 2. You know that Leviathan that she fights in Wrath? That's a size 1. There'll be a disintegration loop jump scare in chapter 5. That... Okay, that'd have to involve, like, going into, like, line areas, which I guess it could work if you're, like, going through, like, a dreamscape as an example. Oh, ooh, I'll think about it. Hold on, we're reading. One of my favorites, Also, I just got five pounds? Euros? Something like that. Completely, okay, I got 5... Is that pounds or euros? I'm not sure which that one. Either way, thank you very much for Ryan for that. Thank you. The donation is very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna read on Person Human's comment first, then I'll read Ryan's. One of my favorites, second only to the Shattering Circle cascade of cascade of shapeless ones and zeros rearranged ad nauseam. That is a real. I really like that song too. I love the new Fraud songs. They're really good. Let's see. Ryan says in their donation comment, hypothetical question: if a comprehensive Deltarune mod for Minecraft was in development, would you want to get an early build? Tongue out emoji. I won't say anything specific because I just kind of I usually stream stuff that I'm working on either for avatars or like games that I'm interested in. While I do very much appreciate being offered an access to the early build, I mean, I won't say that I want it because I have a lot of stuff that I have to do and a lot of busy things. If anything, you can make a video on it and post it on YouTube, and I can just like look at it and say, "Wow, that's really cool." But as for like shoot, there I am. As for like reading or looking into an early build, I unfortunately don't have any interest at the moment. It's just not the kind of stuff that I do. Even still, you can continue work on the Deltarune mod for Minecraft and just see what you can do with it. You've uploaded multiple videos on it on YouTube Shorts. Ooh, okay. I kind of want to see. I want to check this out. Is this okay? Oh, you actually got like a huge following on it. That's cool. Ooh, okay, hold on. I'm actually just gonna look at this because this is actually kind of cool. So this is for Ryan's thing. Is it mostly shorts? It's mostly shorts, okay. Deltarune is leaking into everything. I don't know, let's see. Yeah, that goes into VR chat, isn't it? That's still cool visuals though. Isn't my but yeah, but it isn't my mod, but yes is right. Oh, okay. Is there? Let's see, Deltarune Minecraft test footage.
Here's some footage of some of the latest features I've been working on for the Deltarune mod. You all seemed excessively excited.
Okay, this is the
so
right
I thought
one.
it best to keep you at least a little bit up to date. But of course, I won't give away everything just yet.
Is it like just a texture pack, or is it a texture pack or a mod? Style of generation is only found in the dark fan fountain. Oh, okay, so like this whole generation thing. Pickup sound is in the latest build, like the pool mod. Oh, alright. Incessive could spawn Darkener. I mean, I'll never see the overworld, the nether, or the end. I'll never interact with vanilla items. Okay, I really like the work put into the UI. That is a lot of work. Wow. Ooh, the slide down of that is also cool. Okay, this actually is really interesting. Yeah, you know, I'm probably gonna follow just to check that out later, because this actually is a really cool mod. Keep working on that. That'll look really cool. Whoa, hold on. I want to look at that. Whoa. You get a better view. There's like a cool dark fountain thing there. That's sick. Whoa, dark fountain. Okay, just wanted to check that out. That was from Ryan. That's actually really cool that you're working on that. Hope you get to work on that more. That is a really cool mod. A couple other features showcased in other videos, but the big features will be the Dark World generation based on where it's opened and turn-based battle system. Ooh. So wait, like you can actually open up dark fountains in the world of Minecraft, and depending on like the kind of area that the area that you make the fountain at, it creates different dark world generation. Like that's my interpretation of how you're explaining it. That actually is really cool. Like there's a lot of work on that. That's a lot. Almost as much as the amount of effort that I do to put in my avatar. Look at all this. This is the code to get my avatar working. Notice the frame rate dropping. This is the code. This is ridiculous. I find it funny that I can just like have it open. How would it even work? That's so cool, says Oldman. Well, with enough programming, anything is possible. Literally, anything is possible. Have you seen Ultra Kill Fraud? Anything is possible. You just gotta keep coding at it, and then eventually it works. Ryan says, yeah, it scans the area, and if it's in that it's opened in. And for example, in one test, secretly my furnace became a darkener and was angry that I never made a blast furnace and kept overworking it, so it had a little battle. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Right. Well, that'd actually be crazy to, like, working that much. I will say trying to program, like, a darkener personality for everything will take a lot, but definitely the terrain generation is worth looking into. Let's see. I'm not sure how you can make, like, if you want to make a cyber world as an example, I'm not sure how that would work, but, it's actually, okay, I just had a thought, like, could have it so that the dark, or, like, the Baron's world that you had at the start is kind of the, okay, yeah, apologies for derailing. No, it's really cool, though. Like, it's really cool. Like, that was worth checking out. Yeah, you paid for this. You paid for this, or we're gonna drive down it. You donated €5, €5, buckaroo, something like that. Any money's appreciated. You get an advertisement too. Ain't that neat? Your $5 has already been paid for. That large empty one in the video, especially specifically the Grand Dark Fountain, not the regular ones. Oh, okay. Generation for the regular ones is very different. Hell yeah, marketing! Yeah, this is how marketing works. You pay for an ad placement. Because that's apparently a thing that I offer. Whack. But, like, it was interesting enough that I wanted to show it off, and also we're all Deltarune is here, so it's really cool to check out. Okay, we're gonna try to drive back onto the road of getting this thing done. Prime marketing spot on Tenna's show. Meaning that you paid off Tenna. That's a good point. All right. Tenna has actual sponsors. Hey.
You got an ad placement for antenna on. You should be honored to get such a glorious placement for your advertisement from the one and only Tenna. Back to the bingo board. Yes, all right. All right, we're gonna focus a bit. We're gonna focus a bit. Sorry, I'm gonna get sidetracked by looking at this. I need to get all of my face. I need to get all of my poses to work with that, but I don't know, it just looks funny. Whoop. Whoop. It looks so silly. It's not even a programmed animation. It goes off of where my mouse is, and I go off screen. Like, it controls where my mouse is, so if I have it off screen, I can, like, send it back to my point. I need to work on a video showing off the avatar, because I've made so many adjustments. It's some jiggy it's jiggy 10. It's very, very jiggy. Very jiggy. Boogie woogie. Boop, boop, boom. You got pulled offset. Whoop. Yep. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Whoop. Whoop. I'm back. What? Whoop. Whoop. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm been procrastinating too much. I gotta focus. Warping Tenno. That's gonna be a short soon, I feel like, because that's very silly. All right, impossible. Chris loses a hand. Actually, I'm gonna put that on there. Yeah, because I know that there's like a lot of references to Chris not having a hand or something similar to that. But I personally don't think we'll actually get Chris losing a hand. It'll probably be something that feels or is similar to Chris losing a hand, but isn't actually Chris losing a hand. Unless, had an idea, what if Chris does lose their hand, but they get a replacement, and they get the dark hand, or something like that. No, I'm not doing that original, no. Oh my god, yeah, Kane reaching from off-screen and pulling you off-stage. Unfortunately, for me to do that, I'd have to, like, program that specifically. Oh, okay. I have an idea of how I can actually program that in, because I can, like, go off of the coordinates of my cursor, because what I have a button that basically, like, detaches Tenna from, like a set origin spot. Like, he sets here, and then I can, like, detach his X and Y. Like, I can actually separate those out if I want to. Like, I can slide them along different axes. So, I could have it so that if my cursor is, like, you can see my cursor, like, on this screen here. If I move it off screen over to my second monitor and he goes that way, I could have a delay and then, like, a little cane that reaches off screen if it checks that my cursor is over there. Like, that could be a thing I could do. This is the kind of work that I put into my avatar guy. Oh gosh, this is like a newfound hyperfixation that I got. Impossible, the Minos Prime character. A Minos Prime character that's a faceless character. I'm going to presume that it's like some kind of faceless individual, or like a person with a hole. No joke, I actually could see that being an option. Like as like a creepy darkener of some kind. Let's see. Let's see. Character with no face. With no face. Hole in head, something like that. As an option. Where did I put it here? Character with no face, as in like hole in the head. Hole in the head or hole in the face? I'll put that there. To be honest, Kane would make a cameo in Deltarune. Wait, like, okay, do you mean like dancing cane? Like the cane that I have in my hand currently? Or cane from Digital Circus? Because if that's the case, I mean, we just get 10. Like, it's like kind of the equivalent, pretty much. Impossible. Sir Gumfrey says that there will be an Undertale Yellow reference. That actually would be impossible. But not improbable. But that being said, they have to be careful how they reference that kind of material. Like, they could reference it. Like, is it Vessel and not Vassal? I was told it was A and not an E. I'm pretty sure it's E, but I kind of got corrected, and I'll just, like, uncorrect it. I think it is Vessel with an E, and then Vassal is like an object or something like that. It's Vessel with an E. No, it's Vassal. Okay, how about this? We'll put our questions to rest by going into chapter 1 and just asking Gaster himself. Let's see. Now, let's see. Truly excellent. Now we may begin. Let's see. You have created a wonderful form. Truly excellent. Let's see. Now be discard. Your answer is your wonderful creation. When does he say vessel? Truly excellent, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, here it is. Name your vessel. There it is. It is with an E, guaranteed. Because if we look here, you have non-responsibility, paint and t-shirt. Yeah, whatever. Understood. Name your vessel. There we go. There it is. There it is. We get it confirmed. Vessel. Says vessel with an E. So we'll go off of that. Golden says vessel means something that contains something. Vassal is a stone thing that contains water or ice or fluid-based thing. Okay, vessel is something that contains liquids. Okay, so the vessel contains a solid. Like a solid soul? As an example. It is vessel. Told you all. Alright, well, I just had to go and confirm it, because maybe we've all been hallucinating. I like how the argument started with me making an ass joke. Now, that's just what happens. Let's see. Tess says flowers in Asgore's shop seem faceless, considering that they're just flower sprites without a face. Yeah, but Flowey has a face, and it can become faceless, as an example. Kevin says, playing Metopia, Tena is the quizmaster, and I just got their last spawn for the set of spawn points. Oh, neat. That's nice. Let's see. Roaring Knight identity gets revealed like it's Scooby-Doo scare where they take the mask off. All right, let's see who is under the mask. Oh my gosh, it's Jockington! Or the Knight or something. I think didn't I have something that, I thought I had something either on... Okay, this is the normal one. Do I have something here that says Roaring Knight doesn't get revealed? I feel like I put something like that somewhere. Better Twin Ribbon, Secret Ending, The Roaring starts. Or no, did I put that in Impossible? Roaring Knight is not a holiday. Did I not put Roaring Knight reveal not happening? I'm blind. Guys, what if Rouse is the Knight? Well, actually, no, I'm not possible. We have seen Rouse and the Knight in the same place at the same time. Jockington will grow the beard. Now, here's the question. Is that going to be an impossible thing? Or something else? I can put... I'm going to list that on here. Let's see. Jockington grows a beard. It is a thing in the prophecy, but it's more of a question of if it'll happen this chapter or another chapter. It would be funny if it did happen this chapter. William Defoe is the knight. What if it just means that it's impossible in Chapter 5? Yeah, we'll put it as it's a Chapter 5 bingo card, so it's impossible for Dawkinson to grow a beard in Chapter 5. That's what we'll keep it as for now. No, it's Toby Maguire. The name is an anagram. We're not saying as if that this the best of the character is. Okay, rules. All right, we have 4 more options or 4 more slots for some impossible stuff. Shoot. Okay, I'm trying to actually think of some for myself. Let's see, or like one on my own. Onion Sun. Onion Sun. Will we get an Onion Sun? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna put something on here. Onion Sun will not appear. Onion Sun will not appear. The poor Onion Sun just never showed up in Chapter 4. Like, isn't there in any run, which sucks, because, like, I want Onion Sun to come back, and we're missing out on the Onion Sun. Onion Sun went into the bunker, but we don't know that, though. I think it'd be impossible for Onion Sun to not appear, though. Esther says, no, we meet Onion Sun, and that would be impossible. I frankly think that we will meet Onion Sun, but I think it'd be more like Onion Sun doesn't appear would actually be more impossible. Also, I don't have a whole lot of space on the main board. Unless, actually... Okay, how about this? We'll put the annoying dog one in with the, where... Oh, good grief. It's really hard to find which one of these is the right thing. Let's see. Annoying dog up here. I'm going to just rename this, the annoying dog to dog. There we go. Annoying star dog walker. Okay, for convenience. Star walker. No. I'm gonna see if I can condense this down. I need to put them, just kind of put all of those in a little bunch there. There we go. Yeah. Egg Moss Star Walker dog. How about the Egg Dog Moss Star Walker? Or, okay, no, okay. We'll put the dog next to the star. Moss on top of that, and then there we go, the Moss Egg Dog Star Walker. All right, so now that we actually have some extra space, we'll move that over here. Onion Sun returns. Onion Sun returns. There we go. Let's see, shrink that down to 17. Thank you. It's beautiful. It's absolutely wonderful. Egg Dog Moss Star Walker 1110. All right, we got 3 more slots. Gumfrey's gonna head out. All right. Yeah, you have a good day, Gumfrey. Thank you for stopping by. I think we're getting kind of close to done. I want to see if I can close this out soon-ish. Not really as soon-ish, but later. Hey Chris, I need you to go to the convenience store and buy me a size 2 fish. That would be funny. What's the name of the program? What program are you referring to, Astro? Why are you buying size 2 fish at the size 1 fish store? Why? Shoot. What other ones? Okay, thinking. I remember one suggestion in the post survey program. Test response to Astros. Oh, it's the survey program. But what if it's more? Both Avatar and the Bingo programs. Oh, so the program that I use in order to make all my thumbnails and do a lot of art as well as pixelate art stuff is called Fire Alpaca. There are other options out there, but I've ended up using Fire Alpaca mostly as like the one thing that I've grown up on a lot. There's still like some better ones out there, but Fire Alpaca has definitely helped me through a lot of stuff. I have the paid version on Steam, which is like $30. Frankly, there's like other options like GIMP that isn't $30, but I ended up liking Fire Alpaca enough that I wanted to keep it. It had enough features on there that I thought was good, and other programs just were a little too difficult to carry over. So I ended up just staying with Fire Alpaca. Now, as for the Avatar program, it is called VideoTube, and I have there's two different versions. There's one called VideoTube Mini, which I'm just going to pull up this one. This is VideoTube Mini. You can see my paper avatar. He's in the background of everything. So whenever I want to, I can just like swap him out, and now I can pull him out here and do stuff. And then I can swap him back to Tenna. That is the wrong Tenna thing. What are you looking at? Why? Hold on. Yeah. Why did that happen? That's weird. Tenna, where did you go? Good question. So the normal paper avatar that I have, if I can pull that up correctly, this one. This guy, me, the dude, the individual, uses VideoTube Mini in order to do everything. It is a free version of VideoTube that has a bunch of kind of bare bones options. Not really like the worst bare bones options. Like there's a lot of really good stuff in here. I kind of have like very similar controls where I press buttons and then they do stuff. But oh wait a second. What? Oh wait, is there like? Oh, there's like stray pixels on here for the talking sprite. I might need to look into that. I don't know why that's there. That's weird. Does that show up? Hold on. Does that show up in the recording? Hello? Oh, that doesn't show up in the recording. That's weird. Or maybe it does. And okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting sidetracked. Oh, it is there. Sorry, one sec. Oh, geez. We've entered fraud! Woo. Welcome to fraud, folks. It's me, the Tenna Knight. The roaring Tenna Knight. Okay. Fix that. Alright. Use both for the rest of the stream. No, it's already confusing enough. Let's see, I'm breaking everything. Oh my god, it's Tenna Dreamer! I see them, but it's low-key blurry. Okay. Yeah, it is. I need to probably look into that. There's actually, like, apparently a couple... there's actually, like, a couple dead pixels that I didn't notice. There's, like, a couple here. I don't know if you can see where my mouse is, like, moving around his body. There's, like, a couple dead pixels. I didn't notice this before. Anyway, so this is VideoTube Mini. You have a bunch of different poses to choose from. I have, like, 40-something for my paper guy. That's a lot, which is a lot. Let's see, close that out. Now, as for my Tenna avatar, it uses the full version of VideoTube, which is currently in early access and available for $8 on their Ko-Fi page. More information on videotube.com. Look it up. Basically, the full version of VideoTube uses a bunch of programming nodes in order to tell your avatar exactly what it should do at any point. This is far beyond what anyone should do for any avatar if they want to, like, realistically do stuff. Because this is, like, if you haven't noticed, kind of a lot. And that's just because of the project that I'm working on, it kind of requires a lot. All of these little boxes here are actually, like, different poses. Like, I even have a T-pose here, where if I press this button, I enter T-pose mode. And then I have a button down here where if I hold down the Alt key, he spins faster, and then he launches up into the air. And then slowly spins back down. Like, that is an option I got. This is a recent one that I added in. It was the bulletin, when I have a bulletin out. Actually, I kind of noticed I didn't actually add in this one scale modifier. Did I add that one? Okay, no, I didn't. I can actually add this one in really quick. I need to. It doesn't take too long for me to do this. 1 second. Scale. Add a scale modifier to here. Scale that. So now it kind of scales a little bit when going to and from. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, this is the full version of VidoTube here. There's a lot of features on this. I've been trying to learn the program recently, and this Tenna project has been a thing to teach me how to use it. I've also been working on a Roaring Knight avatar that I'm going to be working on later. Let's see, Dean, why are you flatter than rules, brother? Because of paper. Dean is made of paper, did you not know? But yeah. Oop, okay, I'm back. But yeah, this oh my gosh, it's Tenna. Whoa. Whoa. It's the double Tenna. I'm seeing double. Here, I'm gonna put him back there. Can I close that out? Okay, it closes out and without breaking anything. Great. So is water your weakness? Technically, that and scissors. But I beat rock. Or, ahem. I do beat rock, though. I can beat rock every day. Yeah, that's a thing I can do. Woo! Oh, wait. Oh. I'm back, folks. The roaring TV. Let's see. I used to use Werdo for VTubing. If you know it, does it capture, says Brian? I don't know. I only know of VidoTube. Of all of the PNG programs or VTuber programs, I've mainly used VidoTube, and it's worked for everything. Oh, for future reference, I'm working on a video where I actually talk about VidoTube a bit, but cool thing that you can do. So you might notice that I'm using a transparent background. I just found out, like, a couple weeks ago that this was a thing. But you can, like, normally I have a blue screen for him, and that's what I use in order to, like, transport it over to my recording. However, there's a feature where if you set it to transparent, it'll actually, like, send it over transparently. Where if I like send that, let's see. Hold on, can I show this and it not break everything? Okay. Okay, yeah. It might be kind of small to see, so you might have to zoom in. I can't zoom in on this. That's cringe. But there is an option in here where if you have it on video game capture, I think is what this capture thing is for. What is it? Yeah, game capture is the OBS recording. There's an option where you can allow transparency. So if I have it enabled, it actually checks for transparency and actually hides it. So that I did that with my avatars in order to get that to work. So the full version does that as well, and I can actually pull, like, this thing is actually the scene, and while I have it on full screen, it detects it and is able to work. Okay, we're gonna try to see if we can. Yeah, it's really smart. It's really cool, is what it is. But yeah, I highly recommend VidoTube. Even like the mini version, I highly recommend it. It's really good for like basic PNG tubing. But if you're like really into PNG stuff, honestly, you can do a lot in this program. Let me see if I can pull this up. I'm gonna work on this tomorrow, but I have a Roaring Knight avatar that I've been working on. I got it. Where is it? Here it is. Roaring Knight model. There we go. I've been working on a Roaring Knight avatar for a little while, and I'm getting kind of close to where I want to work on it, but Let's see, can I set that to a 0? Yeah. I think it only really works if I show it off. I need to get back to the bingo card. I am getting sidetracked, but I just really love talking about this stuff. So this is just as an example. If I hold down this key, that sets all of the delays up. There we go. So I actually have like a Roaring Knight. And also, if I hold down the Z key, I have it as a preset where I can like move him around. And that's possible in Vidotube, which I think is really cool. I even have like the sprites updating as well as I'm moving it. So if you want to check out me working on the Roaring Knight avatar. Actually, I think I have it set up so if I swap. Sorry, I'm like working. Can I do this? And it not break? Oh wait, I need open full screen. Yeah, there we go. Now and I'm the Roaring Knight. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's because it's. There we go. I'm the Roaring Knight. It actually looks so cool. There's 2 Roaring Knights. There's multiple. You can have even have them just like floating around here. It really is really cool. Like there was a lot of work that I put in order to even make that possible. Shoot. Is that? I need to see if I can bring back Tenna. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, as in, okay, is this? Oh, yeah, I forgot I, like... Okay, reset yourself. Where? Oh, yeah, because I positioned him weirdly. Test. There we go. Okay, working. Ryan says I'm gonna head out because, gotta log in for a bit. Want to let you know that since you look like the look at the Dark Fan, there's a good look. There's a good look at it in the short with 1,800 videos. Okay, well, you have a really good time, Ryan. Thank you for stopping by on that. Thank you for showing the project as well. I'm definitely going to check that out. Also, love your videos. I genuinely use some of them as part of my research documents for the mod. Ooh. Ah, so my videos are worth something. Great. All right, well, thank you very much, Ryan. You have a good day. You'll be sure to log in on that program. I'll be sure to finish this up. Speaking of, we should finish it up. Astro says soul mode for the secret boss. Okay, we'll put that one in. I don't think this is going to be an impossible thing. I feel like it feels possible, but I'm kind of need to like see if I can pad this out. Let's see. How about we broaden it a bit and say, like, new soul mode, maybe? Actually, I don't know. That feels like something that would happen normally, or like that could happen. Not that it's not impossible, but could have a soul mode. No soul mode for secret boss. Yeah. New soul mode maybe. We'll put it on new soul mode and just have that one here. Let's see. Dean, stream is nearly 4 hours. I think you should make your predictions so that you're taking too long. Yeah, we should probably end this soon-ish. We got 2 more to fill in. Chris Knight 2026. That one's already been proven wrong, though. That's not even impossible. Or that's not even non-impossible. Bricks Broadway is back. I'm back. What are we working on now? We're trying to finish up the possible bingo card. We're very close to done. Pretty much taking any suggestions. Pretty much anything goes within, like, impossible... Or, okay. More specifically, reasons of... reasonably impossible. Clover Undertale Yellow cameo. Ooh, could probably do that. Wait, what the... Okay, you're not seeing this, but for whatever reason, my fire alpaca, while I was looking at things, has crashed. What? Why did it crash? My website for my chat feed has crashed. That's not even a thing that's possible. Because I can actively see my chat feed here. It just decided to turn off. Okay. I need to... I don't know why, but I think Firefox crashed. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll put an Undertale Yellow reference in. I'll do that one. A driving in my car reference. I might as. Thank you, Windows. I might as well put a driving in my car reference. I'll put those two in. So, let's see. Let's see. Undertale Yellow reference. We'll put that one here. Scale that down to 14. Undertale Yellow reference. And driving in my car reference. We'll put that one into driving in my car. Driving in my car reference. There we go. Oh. Shoot. Okay, copy. I accidentally made something wrong. There we go. That's better. Driving in my car reference. There we go. Got it. All right, so here is so far a somewhat completed thing. We got... let's see. Frisk and or Kara cameo. Also, this is for the Impossible board, I shall add. Frisk and Kara cameo. Asgore isn't important. New Soul mode. Haps to Blook face reveal. Eggman face reveal. The Vessel returns. Chris stabs something or someone. It could be a Darkener. It could be it could be somebody. It could be just be a Darkener, probably. We fight Sans. That also would be kind of funny. Water Cooler cameo. I feel like it would happen, but that would be funny if it doesn't, but whatever. Onion Sun will not appear. Let's see. Where is it? Onion Sun returns. This is in the normal one. But I feel like Onion Sun will return normally, but it'd be kind of weird if he doesn't, so Onion Sun will not appear. Some kind of brain rot meme reference, like the Among Us as an example. Yeah, this vent is kind of sus, especially with that vent. And then we all cringe in anger. Let's see, other ones. We got a Gaster cameo, which, I mean, it could probably happen, but it almost didn't happen. So it would be weird, whatever. Roaring Night is not a holiday. That'd be crazy if the Roaring Night is not a holiday. Second Tenna, you know, like there's another TV in Asgore's room. Maybe it's another Tenna, maybe. Character with no face, like a hole in the face, like a concaved face, like similar to Minos Prime and Ultra Kill. Snowgrave Route can be aborted. That would be interesting if you could, but with the circumstances going on, I feel like that you won't be able to, and that's why it's an impossibility. Birdley as a party member, at this point, I don't think we'll get any new party members, but it'd be cool if we got even Birdley as one. I think it'll be, let's see. I got a thing up here that says like the classmates will get like Dark World forms, but actually joining as a party member is going to be very difficult. Let's see. Rousey gets a damage spell to kind of mirror or juxtaposition to Susie getting a healing spell. Rousey gets a damage spell. A red flower, kind of like how there's like flowers for all of the souls except the red one, and that one's taken up by the golden one. So it'd be interesting if there was a red flower to represent the red soul. Chris loses a hand, reference to all the times that there's a lot of things talking about Chris either losing their hand or something about their hand being missing. So losing a hand will happen, maybe? No, it probably won't. I think it won't. That's just my opinion, though. Jockington grows a beard. I think this is ridiculous and will not happen. Definitely. That's why it's impossible. Driving in my car reference. That'd be funny if there was one. Size 2 fish. It'd be crazy if we got a size 2 fish in Undertale or Deltarune before Ultra Kill does. Undertale Yellow reference, and Togor being mentioned. That's the impossible one. And then going over, this is the normal board. Is Flowey Golden Flower? Wait, didn't I have a? Oh yeah, I had a colored flowers become darkeners. Oh, my cat just woke up. He like sneezed really loud. Oh yeah, let's see. Excessive makeout scene. Colored flowers become darkeners. Classmates get their own Dark World forms. Asgore is important. Des gets some lore, which could literally just be kind of classify as anything at this point. We just get more information on Des. Inside, friend inside me quote, quote word for word. I have a friend inside me. Friend inside. Azrael returns. I think this is very likely because it's finally Sunday, and we've been told many times that Azrael will come back next week. And that was in reference to Chapter 1, and we were told about that last week, and it's technically Sunday now, as of Chapter 5. Papyrus reveal, I think we'll finally get Papyrus. In that, we'll finally get him. Definitely. 100%. It would suck if he didn't show up, though. Right, let's see what else. Ferris wheel scene 2, similar to the Ferris wheel scene in Chapter 2, but again, Chapter 5 is an open world in that we are able to explore the Dark Worlds as we please. We can go into a Dark World, we can hop into it, and we can hop right back out. And then we can wander around the Light World as we see fit, and then we can hop right back in. Or... let's see. So we can date Berkeley in that the option is open to us. We distinctly have a choice to, and we can if we want to. Chris will not like it. More Mike lore. This is it's more because we already know about the one from the newsletter. But what if we get more? So the idea is that we do get more Mike. Let's see. Moss, Egg, Dog, Starwalker. Pretty much if we get all of those, that's the free space. Friend cameo. That was kind of a given. We just get like friend as a cameo. We enter the bunker. This could probably happen at the very end of the chapter, middle, other times, or so. At least we enter it. We keep the climbing claws, the stuff that we get in chapter 4. We actually get the climbing claws, and we can actually use them in the upcoming chapters. Which I think that actually would be cool if we could use it outside of the chapter 4 world. New fusion items, new crafting recipes. That's just a thing I feel like is needed anyway. Like, we're going to get that regardless, but just kind of need to have that there because we just need to find the bread maker man, and then we can get more stuff. Human soul lore. We get more information on us as the human soul. At long last, we'll be able to know if we're weird or not. Isn't that great, everybody? We get to know how weird we are, or how determined we can be. Onion Sun returns. Onion Sun was not here in Chapter 4 or Chapter 3. So would it be great if Onion Sun comes back? That would be great. A better twin ribbon. This could be implying that the twin ribbon either gets buffed or we're able to craft a better one. Either like the triple ribbon or the quintuple ribbon. If we get two twin ribbons together, we get a quintuple ribbon or something like that. Some kind of better twin ribbon. Angel reveal. This could be in that the soul is revealed to be the angel. We're the player reveals to be the angel, or we're able to be known, or at least then we know who the angel is, be it us or someone else. We can craft the pure crystal, pretty much exactly as it says. We can craft the pure crystal. We should be able to because we need 5 crystals to make something. It's a twin ribbon, yeah. We should be able to because we have 5 crystals and we should be able to make something with it. But there's always a chance that it doesn't happen. A true secret boss, this is in reference to either a Jevil or Eram style boss, where they're not really explicitly part of the story, where like Garrison and Spamton, as an example, are part of the story, like you find them anyways. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Like you find them anyways, but it'd be kind of interesting if you just, didn't. And they were found in their own little secret areas, like a true secret boss. The roaring starts, like the actual roaring event itself begins, and we have to suffer the consequences of that. Rousey, it gets his own secret item. This is implying from whenever we actually finally get the secret item that it will be one specifically for Rousey. Similar to how Susie got the Justice Hammer in Chapter 4, and Chris got the Black Knife, or no, the Black Shard in Chapter 3. Alright, so that is covering all of the 2 bingo cards. I will later today be posting those on my community post, and I'll try to remember to actually pull this up whenever Chapter 5 does come out. Right, it is about 4 p.m. for me, which means I should probably be heading out right now. I've been streaming for like 4 hours and 15 minutes, which is great. I do want to shout out to everybody who joined in on this, everyone who stopped by for the event, as well as everyone who posted stuff over on the What Are Your Predictions post. It was very much appreciated. There was a lot of support for that, and I greatly enjoyed your all's presence. Let's see. Thank you very much, Astro Sans, Mario Martians. Oh, you just got here. Hi. We just got over. We're ending right now. No, my English is trash today. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't say that you were here earlier. I was like checking up on stuff. Lori Paws. Thank you. Roberts. Original Golden. Supersonic Racer. Bricks and Broadway. Totally Not Lancer. Let's see. Ryan. Taz. Rio. Kevin. And many more for stopping by on this today. Thank you all very much for watching. I'll be streaming tomorrow, specifically working on my Roaring Knight avatar. I'm going to be trying to see what kind of different after image effects that I can add on. I have some ideas, but stick with me here. I need to use math. Believe it or not, I need to use math in order to figure this out. So we're going to be figuring out maths together. It will be scary, but I swear it'll be worth it. So that's going to be tomorrow's stream, and I might be working on Avatar stuff for the remaining week. More info on that whenever I can. I pretty much think on what stream I want to do the day before I want to do it. Anyways, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it at least some amount, and you all have a good night. Thank you all for stopping by. You all have a good rest of your day. Goodbye, everybody. Mike, fade to black.